Maybe our speakers aren't on.
There they come.
There they go.
We'll go.
There we are.
Okay, good. Okay, this is a regularly scheduled meeting. It's Monday, April the 18th. All council members are present. Town manager, town attorney, town clerk. Hope everybody had a nice Easter, nice Passover. We'll start, as always, with our invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
We meet today to focus on the very best that can happen for our lives. Show us what we need to do this day. Give us strength physically, mentally, and emotionally. Help us to successfully meet every aspect of our lives. We ask to be inspired with creative and dynamic ideas and trust we are guided so that we can meet our lives with joy and confidence. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, the next item is the approval of the final agenda. And I want to run something past my council members here, my fellow members. In light of the fact that Mr. Torgerson and TPI pulled back on their, or decided not to self-perform and have put that off for now, in light of that fact, I want to ask you if you want to continue with the rest of that ordinance today, or I'm suggesting that we, on behalf of the operators, not on their behalf, but for the operators, that we send this back to the Marine Resources Task Force to take another look at, and then bring it back to us in due time to go over the changes that have been proposed here for this ordinance. Does anybody have any?
I was thinking the same thing. In fact, I think it would be a good idea to start over with a new ordinance number to really divide the issue, that it's a rewrite rather than changes for the previously mentioned purpose. So I'd be in favor of taking it off the agenda today.
I would say I don't think the situation has changed. As I stated before, this is not really about TPI. It's about what that exposed is wrong with this ordinance.
And I agree there's things wrong with the ordinance. I just think that it would be best to divide it for public perception, that when we bring it back on the agenda, it really is the rewrite of the problems and has nothing to do with TPI, so that there's that public perception that we have divided it away.
I'm more, I think your suggestion is a good one, Mr. Mayor, because I'm more concerned about the process here at this point, because we've had a number of changes that have occurred over the last few days, a lot of suggested language. Some of it may be very good. Even some of the operators have suggested language. We've had the attorneys review the language. There's a litany of different drafts floating about. I just think to slow it down a little bit so people could digest the changes, we could debate them. I like the fact that it's going to MRF because Councilor Veach is the liaison to MRF, and he's obviously been studying this issue closely. I'm comfortable with slowing it down. How we slow it down, I'm open for suggestions, but I think to do it all today, given all the various changes floating about, I don't think that's fair to everybody involved.
And just one point I may make is that, one of the options if we go through and have this on the agenda is to discuss what we want to do and then continue it for another month. We don't have to vote on it today.
And I'm open to that too, as long as we slow it down. Yep.
Yeah.
Councilman Allers?
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think there's a lot of things going through this ordinance several times, as I'm sure everybody else has. There's more to be discussed than just what's on there today. I'd be open to discussing it and then sending it back for, at least to give some direction as to what our thoughts are to MRF and potentially the LPA, moving it forward to get this right so that it's the best it can be for everyone involved.
Mr. Town Attorney, what do you suggest? The Vice Mayor has suggested that we split this apart and make it a new ordinance. How do you feel about that? Do you think that is the case, or do you think we should leave it the way it is and just try to correct this in a future second hearing on this ordinance?
and I apologize, I don't know what the proposed split is.
What I was saying, John, was that I think it would be good to start over with a new ordinance number so that it's clear to the public that we have started over with this process and that any discussion of doing anything about TPI was no longer a part of the process. Because people don't follow us as closely as we might think they do. And by really making a strong dividing line that people understand that it's a rewrite of problems that we thought existed that have nothing to do with the other proposal. So I was not suggesting it for a legal reason, but for public perception reasons.
That's perfectly fine. I mean, if that's the direction of the council, we can do that. We just show the, sequentially, I think that historically what we do is we just show that the 2209 number won't be assigned, and we'll go on to whatever number is. And I would certainly suggest that based upon that direction, if that is the will of this council, is that we basically, and I, from hearing the comments, is we're starting all over. That would be my recommendation, that we, workshop it or discuss it as you all direct us, and then we would run it back through the LPA and any of the other advisory committees that you wish for us to, for them to take a look at, and then bring it back to you for first and second reading in the normal course of business.
Well, when you say starting all over, I think we have a good foundation already with the ordinance. I mean, that we don't have to start from,
No, I'm talking from a public hearing process.
Oh, okay.
The substance of the ordinance is we would start with where we're at today.
And just a point, because I do think, though, that there's been considerable work put in to talking about this ordinance, and I think that at least today, we should keep it on the agenda and have a discussion to at least see where everybody is at and get a better idea of where we're gonna go with this, if we want to redo it, or if the changes are simple enough, or we just modify the existing ordinance.
I'd like to hear from Roger. You look like you were leaning in to say something.
Well, I was gonna say a couple of things. One is that I think I heard, when I hear like a sort of a new ordinance or whatever, what I'm really saying is, what that says to me is delete the existing one in its entirety and create a new one. But that doesn't mean that the language that was in the original can't be replicated in the new one. It's just literally a new ordinance top to bottom. But if that's not, and within that, you clean up certain things like why this is in the land development code to begin with. But that's, that's really more housekeeping that can be addressed once we sort of get the words that everyone's comfortable with worked out.
I've got a question about timing. Being as these renewals come up in October, what's the likelihood of being able to get what we've discussed here this morning out before then?
Well, I think that really depends on your instruction to whatever committee you give it to. So, if you give it to them and you say you can have, 3 months of meetings on this, well, obviously, then that's gonna be a problem. But if they flip it around and you have their recommendations no later than for your, first reading theoretically in July, then you'd be fine.
okay. So I'm in agreement with the vice mayor as far as splitting this away, or however you propose that, Rexanne.
Well, why don't I'll make a motion to approve the final agenda and delete ordinance 22-09 from today's agenda. So we can vote on it that way.
I'll second that. Discussion?
I would just say that I don't see a reason to take it off the agenda. We don't have to act on it. We can, it seems that the place to be having this discussion is when we're going through this as a regular agenda item.
I tend to agree with Counselor Vicha. There's a lot of people here that were prepared to speak and give their side of the story and things that they propose that they might like to see. And I think the council as well has put a lot of time and effort into this, that maybe have some suggestions. Again, as you said, I don't think we have to act on it today, but I think having a discussion would be the best, if it's legally able to do that.
Obviously, if you remove it from the agenda, no, but what I would suggest to all those present is that if they are here to provide comments on proposed ordinance 2209, they certainly can provide those during the general public comment section of the agenda. And, we'll obviously provide that information to this council in the form of the minutes, and any notes that certainly I take as to what the discussion is. And then we can put it on as soon as we reformat it, redo it, and put it back out, then we obviously can have place it on an up-and-coming M&P agenda.
I guess more specifically, maybe I'll direct it, is there anything legally that would keep us from being able to discuss it and then table it?
There's a difference between tabling it and what the vice mayor and the mayor's motion is, which is to remove it completely from the agenda and to direct staff to start the process anew.
I think what Counselor Veach is asking for is to have the conversation today and then continue it as opposed to having a vote today. I guess my question to Counselor Veach is, there seems to be a lot of interest in having a workshop. Would you be agreeable to being part of a workshop in the interim before we have a final vote on this? Because there seems to be a lot of folks who are interested in having that kind of a dynamic exchange of ideas.
Again, if I may, I'm not, if you direct staff to start this process from the beginning, to assign it a new ordinance number, we're at least, in my estimation, several months away from having a final hearing and an adoption on this ordinance. You won't see it back as 2209 for just one hearing for adoption.
No, I understand that. That really wasn't my question. Is if we do what Counselor Veach suggests, and we have a conversation today, and as opposed to voting on it today on second reading, we just continue it, and in the interim, we have a workshop and have some additional discussion. I guess that's my question procedurally.
Yes, you can do it that way, but that's not what the motion is.
I appreciate that. He has a different approach than the motion, I guess is what I'm just making sure that his suggestion would work.
Yeah, we can continue the 2209 as well.
Okay.
So we can continue to any date, right? It doesn't have to be the next meeting. It can be
That's correct.
as long as it needs.
You could ask for 2209 to be recycled back through the advisory committee process, including the LPA, or you just take it up when you're all ready and direct us to, that you're at the point where it's close enough to where you believe a second reading and adoption is appropriate. I would caution you that if there are significant changes between what is currently 2209 and the final version, then again, you may be in a situation where I would advise you all that the better course of conduct is to start all over again. Because if the ultimate document is not similar to what has been noticed, then there's an issue of having to start, because the scope of the ordinance is expanded significantly.
And now, is this from the last meeting, or would this be from the initial reading, the first reading?
No, the one that was advertised, this current one that you have before you.
Okay, let's take care of this first motion first. So there's a motion and a second to take this off of the agenda today and bring it back later after sufficient meetings and so forth. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
No.
Nay.
Okay, the motion fails. All right. Are there any other,
Then we need a new motion.
I don't think so, it just stays on the agenda. So,
Wait, I think there would be a motion to approve the agenda as is.
yes, that's what I'm,
I'll,
that's what
I'll
I'm
make a
going for.
motion to approve the final agenda.
It's been moved, is there a second? I'll second. Any discussion? Any,
Mr. Mayor, ordinance 2206, I will have to abstain from. I will provide the clerk with Form 8B at the end of the meeting. It's the public hearing for the Tuckaway CPD amendment.
okay? Very good. Did we vote on that motion?
No, we haven't.
No, we haven't. Okay, there's a motion and a second to approve the agenda, the final agenda. Any further discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. Okay, the next item is public comment. Madam Clerk.
Richard Sabino, and after Richard is Dave Nussbaum.
Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and other distinguished council members, thank you for the opportunity to bring my concerns forward regarding beach renourishment plans for my stretch of beach that extends from the outrigger south to the Wyndham Garden, also referred to as R200 to R203. I will begin by stating that I recognize the need for critical erosion control for a substantial portion of Estero Island and do not wish to delay efforts to renourish those portions of the beach that are included in the current renourishment plan. However, it's also my intention to continue our efforts to maintain our property, our beach. This has been done for the last 48 years at no cost to Fort Myers Beach taxpayers. I do not want to relinquish control of my beach. It's my opinion that once Florida DEP classifies our beach as critically eroding, we will lose control under Florida Statute 161, Beach and Shoreline Preservation. The town has requested what I consider this unnecessary classification from FDEP, citing continuity of management. I believe we all agree that R200 to R203 is an accreting beach, not an eroding beach, one that does not require taxpayer dollars to add additional sand. Nevertheless, the town's beach management plan for this section of the beach includes pumping in submerged sand, regrading the beach, and in my opinion, the most important thing to me is creating dunes with plants. Under section 161.141 of the Florida statute, if an authorized beach restoration, beach nourishment, and erosion control project cannot reasonably be accomplished without the taking of private property, the taking must be made by the requesting authority by eminent domain proceedings. Now, at this point, we have only verbal assurances from the town that this will not happen, that we can opt out at any time, but we have nothing in writing. This is the primary reason for some referring to the current beach renourishment plan as land grabbing. Because once we have the critically eroding classification from FDEP under Florida Statute 161, we cannot stop the town to go forward through their entire action without expensive legal action, and I believe the town is aware of this fact. Now, furthermore, dune plants are protected from grooming under regulations of the FDEP. They cannot be cut back or removed. Moreover, according to Florida Department of Environmental Resource Management, guidelines for beach dune, the vegetation would trap blown wind sand, which collects around the plant, and as the plants become buried, new roots develop on the recently buried stems while new stems emerge from the sand. In other words, dune plants would proliferate and ultimately take our white sandy beach away from us, and there will be nothing that we can do about it as beachfront owners at that point. Now, my parents purchased our beachfront unit in 1975, and as a legacy owner, I'm here to plead with you to leave our beach alone and let my family and tens of thousands of other annual visitors continue to create priceless memories on our beautiful expanse of white sandy beach, as has been done for the past nearly 50 years. Thank you for your attention.
Dave Nussbaum, and after Dave is Glenn Harris.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and the council. My name is Dave Nussbaum. I'm president of Island Winds Condominium. At the latest Marine Task Force meeting, Chad Schutz stated per his source, the cost for .15 turtle glass was negligible and it was readily available. This is incorrect. I have checked with vendors on the beach. The cost differential is 11 to 24% more expensive. There is a 6 to 9 month lead time on the glass. The MRF committee is recommending to the town council a 1-year moratorium before implementing the mandatory window tint. We require several years, a minimum of 5 years, to go through engineering, get the associations to secure funding and put it in. 1 year is an unreasonable time frame. At the Condo Association of Fort Myers Beach meeting, Mr. Schutz was our speaker. During the question and answer period, he was asked directly, can the condominiums opt out of the beach renourishment? He responded, yes. We can opt out of sand on the beach. We can opt out of dune plantings. My question and others in the room said, can we get that in writing from the town? Chad said, I am not the town. You have to ask the town council that. So here we are. You've heard about section 161 that states once a beach is classified as critically eroding, we cannot, then the statute comes in. The town has the authority under that statute to come in and do whatever they wish on our beach. They can use eminent domain. We can have personal assurances from the mayor and everyone on this council that will not happen. However, councils change, attitudes change, and suddenly we are forced with a long legal solution to a problem that we're simply asking, if the town can give us written assurances, we will accept that. It should be at least a 15 to 20-year assurance, because that's how long the critical erosion stands with Florida DEP. We have no desire to hold back or to delay the Leonardo Arms beach renourishment. They need that. The town needs to move as quickly as possible. However, we do not wish to cede control of our beach, one that we have taken care of for the last 48 years at no cost to the taxpayers. Thank you.
Glenn Harris, and after Glenn is Chase Hussey.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Glenn Harris of Valaire Homes. I'm a native Floridian and have been building and renovating homes on the islands of Lee County for 19 years. I'm here today to respectfully request that proposed ordinance 22-05 be delayed and left open for further discussion. In the council meeting held on April 4th, a staff member was asked by the council how many homes or properties would be affected by this ordinance. Their response was that it was a very small fringe and could think of only one property, the Randy Lane property. That's a project we recently completed, and to that point, we have been told in more than one conversation with staff that the intent of the new ordinance was to use Randy Lane as the upper limit of allowable structures. Show this.
Give us a minute.
This is an illustration depicting what a 7,500 square foot max footprint would do to the Randy Lane project. You would lose about 2,000 square feet of footprint and 4,000 square feet of usable space. There's also been this notion that this 22-01 and 05 ordinances result in minimal impact on the island. The current proposed ordinance represents the third time in the last year that residents' rights have been attacked concerning their property, and it has affected multiple projects for Valaire and other builders on the island. In the Randy Lane illustration, that client would lose about $3 million in market value on that property due to the required reduction. The town would lose at least $15,000 in annual tax base. In addition, a client in today's environment would have to spend tens of thousands of dollars to get a project completely designed, then spend additional time and money to get through this special exceptions process on a hope and prayer that they would be approved. To summarize, the impact of these ordinances is substantial. I have 4 clients today that have been or will be majorly affected financially by these ordinance changes. They're all current residents of the island and have invested heavily in the future of Fort Myers Beach. They have purchased real estate at a premium, and some have spent thousands in design only to find out that they have to start over or spend thousands more to adjust their plan or go for a special exception. As a concerned professional on the island, I ask that you delay a vote on Ordinance 2205 and allow the residents, builders, designers, and staff to have constructive discussions over how we can mitigate the issue in a more collaborative effort. Much of the information used to support this 7,500 square foot max needs substantial clarification. We are more than willing to contribute our time and knowledge for the benefit of a better solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chase Hussey, and after Chase is Ginger Weber.
I'd like to wait and do the public comment section for the ordinance.
Got it? Ginger Weber, same. Mike Miller. And after Mike will be Jason Newton.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and Council. My wife and I have been coming to Fort Myers Beach for well over 25 years. In March of 18, we purchased our home on Fort Myers Beach, right on the south end. For over 2 years, we tried to acquire the vacant land next door and to be able to expand our home. Finally, we acquired it in mid of 2021. My wife and I hired an architect and a builder to start the process of building our dream home to be able to have our entire families down for the holidays. And even family gatherings. This brings in thousands of dollars of extra revenue each year to the community, like restaurants, bars, gift shops, and even the city parking. We are a big supporter of local business and do everything we can to spend our money in their establishments. Since we purchased the land, Fort Myers Beach Council has not only changed the setbacks in February, but is now trying to further the limit of square footage, footprint that we can build. The setbacks alone have caused me a loss of tens of thousands of dollars in changes that I have yet to do, as losses of hundreds of thousands of dollars of valuable land that I can no longer build on. Now, the dimensional regulations amendment you plan to vote on will completely eliminate my ability to build my dream home for my family now, with losses in the millions. Many people, such as myself, have spent most of their lives working hard to be able to live their dream. This amendment you plan to enact will kill it for many people now and in the future. What is the reason for the change? Obviously, something to do with Randy Lane. Landowners should have the right to build their dream home just as long as it's within the proper area of their lot lines. From what I have heard, but I may be wrong, you can apply for a variance for a larger footprint. If this is the case, then why have an amendment at all? How do you okay one person to have it but not another? In the end, vote no on this amendment so everyone who wants to make Fort Myers Beach home can. Thank you.
Jason Newton, sorry. After Jason is Carolyn Caney. All right, Carolyn Caney. All right, Terry Kramer. I'll wait for the hearing. You got it, Sawyer Smith? Likewise, ma'am. Yep, Bruce Butcher.
He's not going to.
Okay.
Good morning, council.
Morning, Bruce.
I'm here representing the Laguna Shores Homeowners Association today. As you recall, last year, we were up here speaking with you about dredging our channel. It has infilled since approximately 10 years ago, and we're asking for the town's help in dredging this channel. And the town has been gracious enough to get some quotes and do the engineering. And we're here today to present our petitions to show that we have over 50% of the waterfront homes in Laguna Shores willing to pay 50% of the dredging costs. So I'm not sure what our next steps are. I understand that the bid expires, I think, in 90 days from sometime in February. And so time is of the essence here, I guess. So what should we do with this?
I'd give those to the clerk, Bruce, and we'll submit those in the record. And Roger, if you can bring those up under your items to discuss what the next steps are.
Just to let you know, we have 100 waterfront homeowners. We have 61 that have agreed to the dredging cost at this point. We only had one, maybe two people say no. The rest of them are just hard to find with the rental properties and people coming in and out. It's, but I think we would have a much higher percentage if we can get a hold of the other owners. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Beverly Grady?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of council. For the record, my name is Beverly Grady, and I just want to speak on process and transparency. In December, this council held a December planning and management meeting, and it was on the issue of beach vendor. And what was said at that meeting by council, as well as the town manager, is that you were going to meet with the vendors. That never happened. What is needed, and I heard council today, is a workshop. And the participation of the vendors, there's quite a history, and which has not really been provided to council. This is a land use regulation. This needs the LPA. This is major revisions that are being proposed. And we also would ask that when you advertise an ordinance, that it be ready to be distributed for inspections so that your citizens can be prepared. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
That's all I have signed up.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak before we move on? Seeing none, we'll move on. The next item is local achievements and recognitions. We'll start down here. Councilman Veach, anything?
I've got nothing.
Nothing this morning, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor.
I'd like to thank the Beach Ministerial Association for their cooperative efforts at putting on the sunrise service held at the county park on Sunday. There had been a lapse in this service due to COVID issues. I was pleased to see the support of the community coming back. It appeared that there were hundreds of people there at this service, and I think it's so important that the churches of the island do work together to provide this service for the community. So I thank the pastors involved, the Beach Ministerial Association, and all those folks who came. This is the sole fundraising event for the Beach Ministerial Association, and they use that money for the benefit mostly of the kids on the island. So I thank everyone for that.
What did they do? Pass the basket?
They do.
Good. Councilman Allers.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Allison Geeson and her staff. They put on an excellent Easter egg hunt on Saturday at Bay Oaks for what seemed like hundreds of kids and adults. I know there was a lot of work that went into it by the Community Foundation as well as the Women's Club in stuffing those eggs, and the countless hours that were put in to put those eggs out for the kids to find, which took about 30 seconds. It was like going to a Greyhound track. The only difference was the bunny was at the back. So congratulations on a great event, and I look forward to it next year.
Well, of course, we want to thank you for being that bunny.
There may be believers out there, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry. Well, I don't think they're watching this morning. But a bigger bunny I never saw. But anyhow, you did a fine job.
I won't take that personally.
Take it in the intention meant. Okay, the next item is advisory committees. Steve Johnson from Murph is here.
Good morning, Town Council.
Morning.
In our recent meeting in April, we were able to cover a few items that we had been asked to look into, one being the 15% window tint in the current sea turtle ordinance. The second being the revisions to the tree ordinance for the town to consider. And also a notification to Town Council regarding the broadcast herbicide spraying down at the Carlos Beach and Pearl Bird Nesting Beach. So first, the recommendation for the 15% window tint in this current sea turtle ordinance. You've all received a note providing background on the issue. As you're well aware, the Endangered Species Act of 1973 is administered, is a federal law administered here in Florida by the FWC, and ultimately enforced by the municipalities that do border the beach. When in 2020, staff and MRF had recommended a rewrite of the Sea Turtle Ordinance, essentially an adoption of the model ordinance. The recommendation at that time from the FWC was for a 15% window tint. However, the FDEP is the custodian of the model sea turtle model ordinance sea turtle protection, and consequently did remain at the 45% tint as it has been for the last 30 years. Essentially, the recommendation from the FWC was because the 45% tint really has no ability to stop this, really the high white LED interior lights that have really proliferated throughout the United States, and does nothing to inhibit that light from reaching the beach. So the current condo owners have requested a number of different things. One was a change in the 15% window tint requirements for the Sea Turtle Ordinance. MRF has unanimously provided the following recommendations to Town Council. First, the Town of Fort Myers Beach needs to enlist more resources to aid in the enforcement of lighting violations in accordance with their Sea Turtle Ordinance. Currently, there's one resource that covers one segment of the beach one time a week. Consequently, there's broad stretches of the beach that are not enforced at 2 to 3 week intervals. If you've been out at the beach at night during turtle season, you can see that right now there's considerable lighting issues on the beach. Consequently, the Marine Resource Task Force has requested that there's additional resources to help with that compliance. Secondly, the Marine Resource Task Force is recommending placing a 1-year moratorium on the current 15% tint requirement for land development orders involving replacement of existing windows in accordance with the Sea Turtle Ordinance. The moratorium can renew for additional years, but is meant to reassess the availability of a new technology and evaluate any supply chain issues. Temporarily allow the installation of up to 45% tint with the caveat that the Town of Fort Myers Beach will enforce the Sea Turtle Ordinance that specifies that no direct, indirect, or cumulative lighting can be seen from the beach, and issue citations for those property owners that are not compliant with the Sea Turtle Ordinance. As you may very well know, the amount of citations is almost nil on the beach, with the exception of disorientations. A second item here, the revisions to the tree ordinance language has been reviewed and will be presented to Town Council by staff, environmental staff. However, the vegetation ordinance is still forthcoming, and that's really addressing invasive species. And last but not least, just as background, we had come to the council to indicate our objection to using broadcast herbicides on the beach in the environmental critical zone. FWC will, however, be broadcasting a herbicide called imazapyr on the Carlos Beach imperiled bird nesting beach. Essentially, the FWC did come to us to speak to us about the situation. However, consequently, because of time limitations from FWC, we did provide them with some less invasive methods potentially to address the vegetation issue in that nesting bird area. However, they have come back, and I believe we'll be working with private landowners to actually pull the DEP permit to allow the broadcast spraying. And really, we're here just to notify you that there has been no notification to us whether there'll be signs posted to notice the public of the chemical herbicide application. And that's it. Any questions?
I have a question, Steve. Good morning.
Morning.
So the current law, FDEP's policy and the current regulation is 45%, is that correct?
That is correct, or less, yep.
So, and you're saying that the 45% is not effective, but is it fair to say, Steve, that it's not effective if you don't take proper action? In other words, if I close my blinds and my blinds are effective blinds, my 45% is going to be effective. Is that correct?
Well, the blinds will be effective.
That's right.
Actually, right. It
So
doesn't matter if it's clear glass or what.
Right, so my 45% is going to work. So 45% could work if we had proper enforcement. Is that a fair statement?
I think,
Or proper compliance, maybe is a better way to say it, and enforcement, however you want to look at it.
correct. I think the lack of the Marine Resource Task Force is of the opinion that the lack of enforcement has potentially provided homeowners with the understanding that they are compliant by just using 45% tint and using no other means to regulate interior light from reaching the beach.
So we have an education challenge and an enforcement challenge, but 45% could work if we were effective on the education and enforcement front. Is that, am I putting words in your
That's
mouth?
correct. 45% is certainly better than clear glass, without question, but it does, again, additional measures are required.
Okay, thank you.
Steve, so I wasn't clear there. Are you against that broadcast spraying? Is that what the Murph is saying? Or are you against that herbicide that they're going to use? Is that?
Yeah, Murph's position is that they object to broadcast herbicide spraying in the environmental critical zone.
Which the FWC has endorsed.
That's correct.
All right. Any other questions?
I'll just kind of, because we've been involved in this for a while. The FWC has come numerous times to present things, and the solutions that Murph has proposed, one of them was like using a saline solution to try to kill the vegetation, which then would just go back into the ocean as normal salt. We also looked at, trying to do like the herbicide that Murph had championed in some tests where it was, or like the town uses, some cinnamon oil, a little detergent, some vinegar, and some salt. I think that's a formula, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And the FWC said that both those are considered more toxic than this herbicide by their measurement. And there's problems with applying it because salt water is not properly labeled for application as an herbicide. It's a real challenge because that area where the birds are nesting, we are essentially doing all the wrong things for the right reason. The birds like to nest on a washover beach, which has some of the birds, the black skimmers and the least terns, where there's no vegetation at all, so they can see the predators coming. So they lack the surprise. Trying to keep a beach that wants to have natural vegetation, but without raking it regularly is a difficult process. The real concern with the herbicide is that we set a precedent saying that it's okay to use herbicide on the beach to control vegetation. And that's something that Murph has a serious concern about. I got a call from one of the regional director of FWC. We had a talk about this. This is the herbicide that they're talking about using is not glyphosate. It has a much better data sheet than glyphosate. But when glyphosate first came out, it was thought to be pretty inert too. There is a risk that the herbicide getting into an aquatic environment will affect things like seagrasses and other aquatic plants. So I have this to bring it up as one of my member items too, to make a decision whether we want to give FWC permission to do this or not. And right now, when we stop raking, the plants come, the sand spurs are emerging now, and they had a 30% mortality on the black skimmer chicks. I think that was primarily due to a sepsis that the birds get when they get the sand spurs tangled up in their downy feathers. So it's a tricky question. I think I'm not convinced one way or the other yet.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, the next item is approval of the minutes. We have a April 4th, 2022 Town Council meeting and April 7th Management and Planning meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll move to approve the two sets of minutes.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Been moved and second. Any discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. The next item is we have some presentations. The first one is from Mr. Marcus Goodson, who is the Executive Director of the Lee County Housing Authority. Good morning, Mark. Marcus, come on up.
Good morning, Mayor Murphy,
Good morning.
Town Council, town manager, attorney, staff. For the record, Marcus Goodson, Executive Director of the Lee County Housing Authority. Thank you for the opportunity to come over this morning and speak with you about an issue that is prevalent nationally, but also from a macro level, the state of Florida is struggling with an affordable housing or lack of affordable housing, workforce housing issue. And let me just say, as I drove over this morning, over the bridge into Fort Myers Beach, I remembered how beautiful this place is and that I certainly don't get here enough. Embarrassingly to say, I live right off of Winkler and Summerlin, and I could ride my bike here, but I don't get over enough. So I got to do more about that. Also, I've learned a lot this morning about a beach community and what goes into making it a really nice place to live and visit. So I wanted to first applaud you for even having this conversation. We arrive at this point because I read an article in the paper some months ago that this council had a discussion about the need for workforce housing in the community. And I immediately thought that perhaps there was an opportunity that maybe I could play a role in having at least a conversation about it to see if it's something that you wanted to move forward with, if you perhaps you needed to understand the dynamics of how this works. So I reached out to Roger. He was very inviting and invited me over, and I came over, we had a conversation, and we thought, you know, maybe perhaps if I could come and speak with council and kind of share some of the challenges, it may serve as an educational piece and then could help you in your decisions going forward. By way of background, I've been in Fort Myers since 2002. I'm a North Carolina native. I don't know if you pick up the North Carolina accent or not. I am a North Carolina native, born and raised in Raleigh. Educated at East Carolina University. I have an undergraduate degree in urban and regional planning. I have a master's degree from Central Michigan in public administration. I came here in 2002 to take over the housing authority of the city of Fort Myers. And at that time, I think by all accounts, anyone with any knowledge of that housing authority would acknowledge that it was in pretty desperate situation. I think we had a lot of accomplishments in my tenure there. We demolished over 450 public housing units off of Michigan and MLK, if you're familiar with that area behind the flea market. We constructed over $110 million in new units. We think we transformed that community. When I retired a couple years ago, I would like to think I left the agency in good shape. The reason I retired is because after Hurricane Maria ravaged the island of Puerto Rico, I had never been to Puerto Rico in my life, didn't know anyone in Puerto Rico. But they reached out to me, the director of the Housing Authority in Puerto Rico, and asked if I would consider coming over and helping them rebuild their housing stock. So I viewed that as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Retired from the Housing Authority in Fort Myers and took off to Puerto Rico with a gentleman named Jose Cintron, who's the Miami HUD office director at the time, and he had retired a couple years before me, and Jose and I were really good friends. He happened to be Puerto Rican as well. So we went to Puerto Rico, we closed a couple deals, a tough environment to do work. We closed one deal, was over $80 million. We closed a couple other deals, were in the $40, $50 million range. And then COVID hit. And so we came back and then Jose had some health issues, and so we're looking to get back in Puerto Rico. But in the meantime, the Lee County Housing Authority asked me if I would serve as executive director there under a consulting contract, which I agreed to do. So I serve, I'm a consultant. I work with several housing authorities in Florida, one in Little Rock, Arkansas, and currently we've got working with 2 projects. We haven't broke ground yet. 2 projects over in DeSoto County, 3 projects over in Polk County with the Winter Haven Housing Authority. So affordable workforce housing is sort of in my blood and what I tend to do. So I wanted to talk with you a little bit this morning about if you're giving any consideration to, you know, going down the path of promoting. Municipalities don't develop housing. First, let's just say that. They don't do that. But you can be instrumental in helping it to happen. So what I would say to you is that, again, I want to compliment you for even having the conversation, especially in a beach community. And I don't mean that as a negative comment, but in beach communities, you tend to have a lot of high net worth individuals and families. And, you know, they have a lot of money invested in their waterfront properties. We heard that earlier this morning from the gentleman who stood up. And so there's a concern when someone begin to talk about affordable housing, you know, how will it negatively impact my investment, the home where I live? And so there's a misperception, sometimes misconception about how this works. And so I'm respectful of everyone in the room and everyone's investment in this community. But I think we all know that this community runs as smooth as it does because of people who work in this community. And a lot of those people who work in this community can't afford to live in this community. So that in itself, I think, is sad. But it's not germane just to Fort Myers Beach. It's a national problem. And so I didn't want to kill you with data. We certainly, you know, planners can do that. But I didn't want to do it this morning. I just wanted to talk a little bit about what's going on, you know, from a macro level. The state of Florida is in a tough situation with the lack of affordable slash workforce housing. We currently have 795,000 low-income, cost-burdened renter households. And I'm going to explain that in a second, what that means, because that's important when a family is living in a home and they're cost-burdened, okay? Florida has 23 affordable rental units per 100 households. So you can see right off the bat, there's a big deficit there. A housing unit is considered affordable if gross rent plus utilities costs no more than 30% of household income. Households paying more than that amount are considered cost burden. All right, let me drill down on that for a second. So if you're cost burden, and I'm gonna give you renter household data because that's what we're talking about here, rental units. In Lee County, this is more of a micro conversation we're having now. In Lee County alone, there are 18,731 families that are paying more, that earn 0 to 50% of the AMI that are cost burden. That's 27%. Between 50 and 80% of the AMI, there are 11,000 households in Lee County that are cost burden. Now remember, cost burden is paying more than 30% of your gross income to rent and utilities. Over 80% AMI, there are 4,800 homes in Lee County currently. Those numbers bear out that we've got some work to do to increase the affordable housing options in Lee County. Locally, Lee County's in-migration numbers are about 25 to 30,000 new residents per year that are coming into Lee County. And a lot of those families are going to join that cost burden list.
Marcus, not to interrupt, but do we have this presentation that can
Yes.
move along with it?
Oh, am I supposed to be controlling that?
I saw you flip the page and I
can't-
thought it might be
I
better.
didn't think he started his PowerPoint.
Yeah, I can't multitask. What, I just point this thing this way?
There you go.
Oh, okay. There we go. Oh, well, I'm a lot closer. All right. There we go. I think I went too far.
And while you're getting that, I just have a question on something you said. You mentioned, you said that municipalities don't develop housing.
No.
The projects you were talking about, that, how is that not developing housing?
Local government doesn't get involved at that level to develop housing. So, housing authorities develop housing. Local government typically will add a local government contribution to the project, maybe a land donation. But in terms of a local governments don't typically develop housing. They don't own or manage housing.
They do it through some,
That's right.
some other entity.
Right, through the housing authority, or, you know, there are other ways of doing it, but my experience has always been through the housing authority.
Okay.
I don't think I'm on the right page here. It takes a second to come up, I think. Right. Okay, I'm one too far here. I'm trying to get this thing. I don't know how to get it to where I need it to be. Let's see. Let me see if I
Don't
can.
worry about it.
We're following you.
Yeah, we're following. Just use your notes,
You
Marcus,
say
that's fine.
change the slide, I think, can you change the slide inside, Jason? Just say next slide, and he'll change it.
I'm on page 3. I'm on page 3. There you go. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
So the current median wage in Lee County is $17.59 an hour, which equates to $36,000 annually. This is in Lee County. To put that into context, 75% of working individuals in Lee County are earning $55,000 per year or less. Again, we're speaking of Lee County, where we all live, and in the community that we love. The required wage to afford the average apartment in Lee County and not be cost burdened is $47,880 after taxes, and not be cost burdened. About 25% of all households in Lee County are renters, which 50.9% of total renters are considered cost burden as we speak this morning here in Lee County. 50%. Page 4, please. With rising inflation and rising rents, we expected to see an increase in the number of households who are considered cost burden. All the data points to that. It's going to get worse. It's not getting better. It's hard to keep up. Rising rent prices have increased by 30% in the last year, 30% in Lee County. The normal yearly increase is typically between 2 and 3%. And it's risen 30%. Go try to rent an apartment in Fort Myers, a market rate apartment, 2-bedroom, $2,300 per month. That's a mortgage for a lot of people. It's not affordable for someone who's waiting tables at the beach, or doing some of the work that you need to have done here. It's just not affordable. Workforce housing is defined by the Urban Land Institute as housing that is affordable to households earning 60 to 120% of every median income. Workforce housing is thought of as housing for public employees, teachers, police officers, firefighters, and others who are integral to the community, yet who often cannot afford to live in the communities they serve. And I certainly don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but I would like to think that that's probably the concern of the council here, is that we need to do something to try to create some workforce housing in the community or close by the community. You got this beautiful project, Margaritaville, that's coming up, and you're going to have a lot of employees there. And just based on the data that we have, I don't know what they're paying, but just based on the data that we have, I guess the working assumption is many of those employees may not be able to afford to live in the community. And by the community, I expand that. Even Fort Myers in market rate, it's $2,200 per month. Beautiful developments, but just not affordable to most people. just as a definition, HUD does not distinguish between affordable and workforce housing. I know, page 5, please. I know that, as I said earlier, I've been in this business now for quite some time, and there's a public distinction, although it's not much of a distinction, but there's a public distinction between workforce housing and affordable housing. That's, I think any success I've been a part of, I like to you know, deal with the realities of where I'm working and what I'm trying to accomplish. And so, workforce housing is better received by the general public than an affordable housing project. And so we understand that, and we try to work within those parameters, understanding fully how it can be perceived in the community.
Just a quick clarification. So I know, for example, what Sanibel does is they have a grading system. So you have to be employed in the municipality, and then the longer you've held the full-time job, the more points you get. So that would be a distinction between workforce housing and affordable housing, right? It's not just the percentage of the AMI, but it's some kind of test.
I think you may be right there. Sanibel has a housing trust, I believe. I'm not too familiar with it, but Sanibel has a number of units on the island that are designated affordable. I believe those units are owned by the town, Sanibel, City of Sanibel. Not sure, they may not be? Okay, yeah, not sure. I'm not terribly familiar with that.
They have a nonprofit organization that owns them. They also have a trust.
Okay, yeah, I know there's a trust there. I have never done any work out of Sanibel, but I know they have some efforts to address their affordable housing needs there.
Because that was going to be one of my questions too, is what's your interaction with Sanibel as far as, is there any funding that's available that the county gets that can go to a town-initiated project?
Absolutely. We have a project that we're currently working on over in Cape Coral. It's called Civitas of Cape Coral. You may have seen it in the news. It's garnered quite a bit of press. It's a 96-unit development. It's an affordable development. We've got 4% tax credits. It's a CDBG DR. DR is a disaster relief funding program as a result of one of the hurricanes that hit this area some years ago. So we applied, we received funding. We just received a commitment in housing trust funds from Lee County government up for $1.5 million. So yes, you can get support from Lee County, which if this council at some point decides to move forward on a project, I would certainly recommend to Roger that you certainly approach or pursue county assistance with some of their funding. They've also got the Rescue Plan Act money, which currently as of a month ago, there was about $48 million that was unbudgeted in their plan. So as I talked with one of the county managers, assistant managers, I tease them about, you got all this money unbudgeted, let's do some real big affordable housing stuff. And I'll tell you, Sarasota County committed $20 million. There are several counties in the state that have committed, and I didn't bring those notes, that have committed a tremendous amount of their rescue plan funds to affordable housing, a tremendous amount. So it's good to see that local government has recognized the shortage of affordable housing and the need to try to do something to address it. Now, without sharing too much of my conversation with the town manager, we did look at some areas that may be suitable, recognizing that land is extremely scarce on the beach, and even if you found land on the beach, it probably would not be affordable. You've got to be able to get the deal to a closing, and land is one of the largest single costs to a project, and land can also derail the project. I've been in one project that was derailed because we had a purchase sales agreement for the property, and once it came up for an extension, the landowner chose not to extend the purchase sales agreement, so we lost about a $24 million project over in North Fort Myers. That was last year. In all honesty, the Civitas project is in a tough situation because of the land. So you've got to make sure you've got the land under control, and the owners are committed to working with you and sticking with you until you get to a close. And this is a long process. Sometimes other people come in and offer more for the land that your PSA that you have under contract, and then once that first deadline comes up, they don't extend it because they've got someone else waiting, willing to pay more. So it's a bit of a struggle to get this done, but I don't want to. I know you've got a lot of people waiting to talk, but you can develop this housing using 9% tax credits, which is what we use most of the time to develop. 4% tax credits as well with bond financing through Phil Burnett's shop in Fort Myers, which is Lee County Housing Finance Authority. But it just takes a lot of different funding sources to make it work. It's certainly doable. Again, just having the conversation is encouraging. And so I would say after you've had time to digest some of this, if you have any questions of me, even now I'm happy to answer those. If you want to follow up through Roger, that's fine. I would suggest if this is something that you want to do, I'm going to shamelessly plug us right now. We would certainly love to work with the Fort Myers Beach to move a project like this forward. We would be happy to handle everything, because that's the way it should work, through a partnership. And then we would handle the RFQ, bringing in a co-developer partner with deep enough pockets to make this project work, because you've got to have developers who can put the money up front and make these things happen. But, you know, I think given land cost in this area, some kind of local contribution would be something that would help move the project forward. Certainly Lee County government, we would go to them as well. So having said that, I don't have much more to add, and I don't want to take up your time unnecessarily. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those at this time.
I don't have a question, but I have a couple of comments, and I'm glad to see that Lee County has expressed by having you as a consultant their interest in doing affordable housing. But I'd just like to say for the record, my disappointment in what I see to be their commitment to this issue. They recently agreed to accept funds from a purchaser of an apartment complex to release them from their obligation for those units which were already committed to be affordable housing. That was a big disappointment to me, and I'd just like to say that for the record and have you convey that back to them. That now our stock of affordable housing in Lee County is actually smaller than it was previously in exchange for money, which is not going to be quickly turned back into affordable housing. The other thing I'd like to convey to you, I have some specific knowledge of affordable housing because I serve on the board of a nonprofit which is currently adding buildings to a nonprofit, or to an already affordable housing that exists in Lehigh Acres. When we came to the county with our plans and the money to build this project, we were all ready to go. We were encountered with over $100,000 in permitting fees to build this project. We were asking for no help from the county to do it. It was entirely from a nonprofit, yet the county was charging us over $100,000 in fees. So they were basically standing in our way rather than assisting us in going forward. I think if the county really has a commitment toward affordable housing, one of the things that they could do would be to contribute by lowering those fees substantially or getting rid of them altogether for nonprofits who are ready and willing and able to step forward to do this. So I just wanted for the record today to convey those things to you, if you can take those back to the people that you talk to. Having said that, I look forward to you assisting us with our future efforts in this area. I think it's one of the biggest problems that this entire county and especially this community has right now. We are not going to continue to function. People cannot get people to come in and do work on this island for them unless we have places for them to live. So I thank you for your efforts in this area, and I look forward to your assistance in helping us.
Well, Councilwoman, let me say it's always refreshing to know that you're speaking to an audience who understands your business and what you are working in. And if If it makes you feel any better, maybe it won't. I will share this. The money that you're speaking of, so what happened is that there was a private developer who built a development in Lee County. And that developer got certain considerations to set aside a number of units for workforce affordable housing. That developer realized that the market to purchase market rate units from these big real estate investment trusts from New York and different places was more lucrative than the assistance he got from the county. So he chose to default and to turn that money back into the county, so all of those units in the development would now be market rate, which raised the value of his property, which he sold, okay? If it makes you feel any better, Councilwoman, the money that was turned back in, or he paid to get out of the agreement, was the $1.5 million we got for the Civitas project in Cape Coral through the Housing Trust. We still lost those units, I get it, because we probably would have gotten the 1.5 out of the rescue plan money. But those are the same funds that are coming to the project in Cape Coral. So I understand your frustration. My experience with Lee County has been a lot better than yours, based on your testimony there. We typically get considerations when we go there for affordable housing projects, a lot of cooperation, a commitment of $1.5 million on another project. So if I can be of any assistance to your nonprofit, I'm happy to help there as well. And I appreciate your time this morning. I think this is doable. Roger and I have had conversations, and we recognize there's a land issue, a land availability issue, and we're looking at some options. But if you choose to move forward, we're certainly ready to help get this ball rolling, and I think we could be instrumental in getting something done. And that takes time. If you say it's something you're interested in, we may not break ground for 3 years, but we got to start somewhere, because this is a tough area to do workforce housing. It really is.
Well, we appreciate you coming down, Marcus.
Invite me down more often. It's a beautiful place. I need to come down more often.
Yeah, well, you're close by.
I am.
Traffic should get a little easier now. Come on down.
Thank you so much.
Any other final questions?
Just a quick question, Marcus, just to follow up. You said that $48 million that was unallocated or through the relief fund.
Yes.
What was their response?
Well, sort of a little snicker. And I said, just so you know, Glenn Slayer, Assistant County Manager, I met with him and some of his senior staff, Mickey, a couple other people, Jeannie Sutton over at Human Services, Roger McCardo. They've been really good to work with. That's why I'm just surprised that they didn't open the doors for you on your project. And it's disappointing as well. But I've written a letter, and I'm happy to share that letter with Roger, and he can share with you all, where we asked for several $1 million for affordable housing in Lee County. That's an official request outside of the 1.5 from the Housing Trust.
You know, at our meeting at the Horizon Council last week, this was the #1 thing that was brought up. Glenn, you mentioned Glenn. He was the county understands, and Commissioner Hammond was there, and the entire economic community, if you will, that was there. This is going to be discussed heavily at the next meeting. Perhaps you could reach out to Glenn, and maybe you could come in and speak at that, because you seem to know an awful lot about what you're talking about. And they made it very clear that the county is looking for dirt-ready projects. So if you could, that would, you know, I was going to bring this up at the end, but since you're here.
I'm happy to, and the reason they're mentioning dirt-ready projects, because the money that they've received from the federal government has an expiration date on it. And if it's not obligated and then expended within a certain amount of time, they lose that money, and you never want to send money back to Washington. I think we all can agree on that. So we try to go to them with shovel-ready projects. And Glenn has been good, and the others that you named. And I'm happy. Glenn knows, all of the people at the county know what I do. And I've been around for almost 20 years now, so they know what I do.
Do you ever work with, like repurposing buildings instead of building new housing units to like take commercial or retail spaces and convert them into housing?
I haven't done that personally. You see a lot of that in places like Atlanta, Georgia, and more urbanized areas. You see a lot of repurposing of buildings. Here, we tend to demolish more than repurpose. I know even the old News Press building, there's a lot of coverage of that. And I'm not sure if they're going to repurpose that or demolish it or what may be the case. But you don't see a lot of that here because, you know, you have a lot of flat land, and you do, other than down in this area, there's quite a bit of land available if you can afford it. It's so expensive in Lee County now, but if you can afford it, there's land available.
Again, thanks for coming down,
Thank you.
Marcus.
Thanks for
We
inviting me.
look forward to
I
continuing this conversation
hope-
with
I
you in
hope
the
so.
future. I appreciate it.
Maybe by the end, we'll understand some of those acronyms.
More acronyms.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marcus.
Okay, the next item is continuing the discussions. We have a discussion of roadway safety lighting. We have some engineers here and FPL folks. Roger, you want to start us out on this and get us on the path here?
So, so this is part of our series of discussions on the efforts to provide roadway safety lighting throughout the town of Fort Myers Beach. Everyone talks about Estero Boulevard, but of course, we have North Estero and the side streets also are part of the conversation, maybe a second and third tier, but they're part of the conversation. We have looked at what's currently available from FP&L, as well as, excuse me, provided an update on the development of additional or new bulbs, fixtures. We provided to the consultant and FP&L questions that we received from several councils. Excuse me. And they have provided some answers for you that have been distributed to you, one in a kit and one via email. So, ancillary to those efforts, the town has reached out to the county to see what they might be willing to do to assist us in this endeavor, since Estero Boulevard is their road. And that was discussed at a Lee County Commissioners hearing not too long ago, and I think most of you are aware that they've said that at this point, based on the criteria that they themselves have established, that Estero Boulevard wouldn't meet their existing criteria, although I don't know that they fully recognize the changes that they themselves have made to the road. They clearly are using statistics from prior to the improvement of the road for part of their deliberations, but the short and long of it is that, at least at this point, they're not committing to lighting the road. They are committing to light the crosswalks. And if I understood what was said correctly, they'd be willing to consider turning over the money they had for the crosswalks over to the town, if an appropriate and a local agreement could be worked out. So I think that encapsulates where we are. Both FP&L and Town Lighting have representatives here to augment their written answers or answer any new questions that you may have. Should you want to try to chart a path forward.
Counsel?
So we have the ability to ask the subject matter experts questions?
Yes.
That's why they're here, sir.
That's why they're here.
Well, I'm going to start off, if I could, try to set the table a little bit, because this gets extremely complicated when I think it's actually potentially a lot simpler than that. The town council, a number of months ago, made a decision that we wanted an amber solution to the lighting problem on Estero Boulevard. And that was in part because we believe the state would require us to have an amber solution. And the state sort of made it clear that that was their desire for us to have an amber solution. That being said, the ideal amber solution is a fixture that hasn't been formally approved yet by FP&L. And when I say approved by FP&L, which would then allow it to be covered by a tariff, which is a federally funded program to encourage switching over of old lights with new lights, LED lights. And so this amber light is currently being tested by FP&L, and we were hopeful it would be ready by June, but it sounds like it might be July. I'd be interested in the FPL person to comment on that. But, and again, I'm going to state this, and I'd ask both our lighting consultant and FP&L to help me confirm this. If this light passes muster with FP&L, and I'm hopeful it will, and I, again, like to have an update on what that testing timeline is and how that's going. I understand that Visionaire light to cost the town to do Estero Boulevard at $1,482,000. I also understand that the county has pledged for us to use at our discretion funds of $1,400,000 for lighting on Estero Boulevard. If I'm missing something, I'd like our consultant to tell me that, because it sounds like the federal tariff, the tariff that's implemented through FP&L, will cover the cost of the Visionaire light on Estero Boulevard up to the point where we're about $1.4 million short, and then the county allocation would offset that. I would like the lighting consultant to comment on that, and I would also like the FP&L person here to comment on that if you could, because I don't think it's as complicated as a lot of folks make it out to be, but I could be wrong. So please, I'd be interested in your thoughts.
Come on up, please. Whoever wants to tackle that one first.
I haven't looked at it that way. Joe Hancock, Town Lighting. First, just one clarification. The tariff is a state tariff, and it's not externally funded.
Oh, I thought it was federally funded.
No, sir.
Department of Energy. I thought well, gosh, I'd heard that a couple times. I'm sorry, okay.
No, investor-owned utilities do not get federal funding, so.
I thought it was a Department of Energy program that set aside funds that state and local utilities could apply for and utilize.
No, sir.
Okay, very good.
So the tariff has to do with individual rate classes.
Okay.
So, and they can elaborate later, but in simple terms, the cost to provide residential service is paid for by residential customers.
And it's an incentive by the utility to help us upgrade our lights to make them more energy efficient, in essence, correct? Aren't they incenting us to put in LED lights or to upgrade our lights?
No, sir. The LED tariff stands on its own. The cost of LEDs have gone down. The cost of HPSV, the legacy, has gone up. The federal government has instituted some price pressures on the legacy technologies, causing them to go up. LED, the efficacy has been going down year over year. So the two crossed a couple of years ago. So at this point, it is advantageous for customers to switch over to LED, which is the same thing you can see if you go to Home Depot. The LED costs are going down, and the old technologies are going up.
Okay, but then that's helpful, but I don't want to confuse people. So, but in essence, if we choose a fixture that's eligible for the tariff, those costs will then be incurred by FP&L, just to try to keep this at 10,000 feet.
I think we're missing a point on what a tariff is.
Okay?
So FPL looks at how much it costs to provide service to a class of customers. Then it looks at the estimated kilowatt hour sales to that class of customers. Then it prorates it out. So each class, how am I doing so far?
You're right on point, Joe.
All right. Each class stands alone itself. One class of customer cannot subsidize another, nor be subsidized by another. So periodically, a document is created called the cost of service for each rate class. And within that cost of service, the PSC gets to see what all the costs were, what all the kilowatt sales were all the extraneous costs, maintenance costs, the restoration costs, the capital costs. Everything gets put into a bucket, and the cost calculation gets made. And that document is turned into the Florida Public Service Commission for approval.
That's a rate case. I used to chair the utility commission, so I know what you're talking about.
Okay,
I'm trying to keep this in a way where people can understand what the costs are going to be to Fort Myers Beach, but keep going.
But that's all it is. It's
Yep.
the entire, and so we were on similar pages. I was the one that did the cost of service of Florida Power and Light for 9 years. but the costs are fully contained.
Gotcha.
It's not subsidized by another rate class. There's no subsidies from the federal government or any outside entities. It's wholly contained. This is why they're waiting for the Visionaire fixture to pass through the testing, understand what it can and can't do, what the manufacturer is willing and not willing to warranty, before they can put a cost tag to that and put it into the price structure.
And Joe, is it fair to say that that 1.4 million is correct? That if the Visionaire is approved, that's what it will cost us after the tariff covers its costs?
I would have to dive through the numbers.
That's kind of a, that's
Look at it that way.
kind of that's kind of why we're here this morning, is try to get a sense of what this is going to cost the town after the county's input. Should we utilize this all amber solution that we've been talking about now for about 6 months? That's kind of our hope this morning, is to accomplish that goal.
And just so, I'm getting a little confused now with the whole tariff versus upfront cost. So my understanding then, you're saying there's no like incentives or subsidies that goes into the cost, that the tariff is, you take the cost of the equipment, the amount of electricity it's gonna use, what the expected maintenance is gonna be, you put that into something and do like a lease purchase kind of agreement, where you're basically paying that over time instead of paying it all up front.
Now, and that brings up a good point. Anything that is within that tariff, that is a tariff item, is paid for by the month. A streetlight only pole, underground conductors, the fixture with the bracket. If it has a tariff listing, it's a monthly fee. Things like typically make-ready that are not a monthly rate are paid up front. And you'll see CIAC, contribution in aid of construction, for those items. The most glaring one is Estero Boulevard is a hardened feeder by Florida Power and Light. If we need intermediate poles to be able to get proper lighting, get RP8 level lighting, then that intermediate pole that FPL would need to set would be a tariff item, or could be a tariff item, because it's not a monthly fee.
So Joe, just as simple as we can do it here.
Yes, sir.
What is the cost estimate for the town of Fort Myers Beach should the Visionaire fixture be approved for Estero Boulevard?
That is on this, do you have this, do they have this sheet?
Just give us the number.
D is Visionaire, FPL. Initial cost I have at 1.8 million, 30-year lifetime, 6.2.
So you've got 1.8, because that way I read the data, it was 1.4, but that's okay. So at least we're getting there. So at 1.8, so if the county kicks in 1.4, then the cost to the town would be 400,000? Again, back of the envelope we're talking at this point.
That's not 100% true. You're talking about just specifically for county-owned Estero Boulevard, not the entire island, with the 1.8 million with the Visionaire fixture, correct? If we're trying to break it down to what the simple math is.
Yep, I'm trying to get it just Estero at this point, yep.
I just wanted to be clear, because there is some confusion that the numbers that we're talking about is the entire island, including side streets, and that is not the case.
That's a good question. Yeah,
Side
fair
streets are
question.
not included, no.
Yeah, I'm not including the side streets.
I think we should have the caveat. We have it broken down into 3 groupings: Estero, North Estero, and side streets. So as you ask questions, let's try to be clear as best we can whether we're talking about one of those 3 or the sum of all of those 3.
Well, and I think just in the case, just to help speed things up, to Councilor Adderholt's point, it comes down to essentially 3 options. You have the Visionaire that's going to cost this much. You have the current approved tariff-free fixture that's going to cost this much, or you have a 3,000 or 4,000 Kelvin temperature light that's going to cost this much. I think our direction is we just want to know the numbers so that we can inform the public and let them help us decide what's going to be the best solution for the island.
I would just counter that really we have 2 options, because FWC said it will not support. FWC has to, it's their part of this. We need a DEP permit. They get advice from FWC, and FWC has said they will not support anything but an amber solution. I have the letter. So we're really only talking 2 options. If we want to keep it simple, we're talking 2 options.
And just to clarify things, because there was some question about Estero Boulevard, I would prefer that we concentrate our efforts today on Estero Boulevard. Not that the entire island isn't important, but the safety issue is on Estero Boulevard. I think we need to prioritize that first and keep our discussion to just that. That would be my preference.
And I'll respectfully disagree with that, because it has been very clear from our committees that they want to look at the island solution as a whole. They have an issue with different light sources on different streets. And if we're trying to talk
I'm
about.
not saying to change the options. I'm just saying for
understand, but-
this year's budget, which is going to be coming up, let's concentrate on Estero Boulevard and get that done. I'm not saying I don't want to do the others, and I want to do them right, but let's chop this off to Estero Boulevard so that we can work it into this year's budget.
I guess I don't understand the hesitation with presenting the public an entire cost of the island. If it doesn't get done right away and it has to be down the road, we still need to give them a cost. There's a lot of polls. If you look at the diagram they provided us, there's gonna be a huge amount of money that the town has to pay out for this. And I think it's in the best interest for the community to know what that number is. I understand your position to wanna focus just on Estero Boulevard, because that's the hot button, but we have to look at the entire island, and we have to let the people know what it's going to cost, or potentially cost, with the decision that we make.
Excuse me. To answer your question, Suzanne is available.
On the screen. Suzanne, on the screen.
All right,
On the screen?
You want me to restate the question,
No,
Suzanne?
no, I
Oh,
just want to let you.
Oh, I have the question. So I understand that the question now is like, what is basically the upfront cost to the town of Fort Myers Beach for getting going with implementing lighting for Estero Boulevard and possibly for side streets. So hopefully in your packet, there's a table that shows that, but the numbers that we're talking about, the 1.8 million, the initial costs due from FPL, and FPL can speak to that, the basis of those costs. They're based on our pre-design estimates of the infrastructure that's going to be required to implement lighting. And if the county goes ahead with their commitment, then for the upfront costs to get lighting implemented for Estero Boulevard, yes, that 1.8 million, you know, however the town wants to implement its financial picture.
Suzanne,
If
why don't you just say,
yes,
can you just say what the numbers are? So we, you know, so just to simplify things, can you just say the numbers that it would cost to implement the 3 options for the 3 different areas? Just quickly summarize those for everybody's sake, on that were on a piece of paper.
yes. When you talk about the 3 options, are you talking about the FPL currently available, the Visionaire that is being tested now, and White?
All 3, let's just get them on the table so that we're all working with the same numbers.
So the Cree and the Luminaire.
Okay, for the Cree and the Visionaire, there are 2 initial costs for the Cree Amber, and the first is a design deposit for North Estero is $37,000, and then for Estero Boulevard, see, I have these broken out in a table. Do you have a table of that I forwarded for the costs?
We have a table that breaks down only the Cree. It doesn't talk about the Visionaire, and it doesn't talk about any White. It just has the proposed pre-design estimate for just the Cree, and we have that table twice.
Okay, so the Cree between North Estero and Estero Boulevard, the pre-design engineering deposit due to FPL is $37,000 for North Estero and $217,000 for the county-owned portion of Estero. And then subsequent to, prior to the final engineering design, the contribution in aid of construction due to FPL for North Estero for Cree, $703,000, and for Estero Boulevard, the county is $4.1 million for the Cree.
Could you do us a favor? Is this on an Excel spreadsheet? Can you just total that for us so we don't have to do the math?
Yeah, because the numbers also seem different than the table that we have in our packet. Our packet says the initial cost for the North Estero with the Cree is $635, and the county part of Estero is $3.8.
Bill, what page are you on, please?
21.
21.
Then I'm with you.
But the table that's not in here, that was from September, also has has the numbers that, for like 5 different options.
And
Okay, those numbers are, okay, so those are combined deposit, those are good numbers for the CRE. The visionary numbers are, hold on.
And Bill, while she's working on that, on page 2, number 6 does give you the numbers for the white light that you were mentioning.
Right, and number 6,
Yes.
paragraph 6.
We did send something over on Friday that has the table summarized. I don't know where it didn't make it through, and she's making a copy right now of the table.
Yeah, and Dan, I went back to the September meeting and dug up the tables they had there.
Essentially, the only numbers we're missing is the currently visionary that's being tested. What's that number going to be?
Okay,
And how does it,
I have that number through the magic of spreadsheet math. For North Estero, 260,000, and for the rest of Estero, 1.3 million. For the visionary.
and what are the annual costs?
Annual for the, I have monthly, hold on. Thanks.
You know, this is a little frustrating, I'm going to be honest.
Yes.
I think we've been very clear what exactly we're looking for to both staff and you as the consultant, and yet we're all sitting here twiddling our thumbs, waiting for a number that should have already been ready.
Very sorry, $114,000 annual for the visionary. And again, these are pre-design estimates.
Okay, now,
And
is that number for the North Estero or the county part of Estero?
it's for the entire Estero.
And that was, it was 200 and, what was the number again?
114,000, and again, these are pre-design estimates.
That's for both.
Yes.
Okay. Another question, just is trying to get the numbers for comparison here, is what do we pay currently? Because I was shown, in the packet, we had an FP&L bill, which was like $4,500 a month. And then it said the other costs were somewhere in an attachment, which I could never dig up.
I believe
Can we ask FPL to speak to the existing costs there? Zach and Eric?
Hi there, good morning. My name is Zachary Jarrell. I'm with Florida Power and Light LED lighting representative. Your current FBL bill should detail out exactly what your current costs are. Is there an exact question that you have in regards to the bill, or?
Well, what I'm trying to just understand is there anything, that's just for the electricity, right? Or is that for maintenance and any other?
So your current bill, the way I have here in the notes is you have a breakdown, but it also you're also paying for the fixture and your pole costs that are included as well. So it is itemized in the bill, and also included in that you're going to see fixture and pole costs that you currently have.
So our total cost is at $4,500 a month,
Yes, that is correct.
counting everything.
Currently.
Right. And what would the, I see you have it roughly $8,000 more, 12,000 something with the CRE fixture that's currently in the tariff program. What would it be monthly for the potential visionary fixture?
So I'm actually going to address a question that was a couple of moments ago. So you were also asking for a timeline. So that Visionaire fixture is currently in testing. It just entered our salt chamber testing, which should be done late July. And if everything goes absolutely perfect, then FPL will go through its approval process, and it should. Again, everything perfect. It should be released to our catalog and available in our catalog probably October timeframe. But again, that's just assuming everything has gone perfect. Being that it has not gone through testing, there is no official cost yet. It's not part of our catalog officially. It could fail, and this could be, you know, really a waste of a conversation. However, we do have an estimate. The estimate right now and again, this is just an estimate, it is about $25 monthly per Visionaire fixture.
Can you just, since you commented on that, I want to interject real quick. Is the Visionaire already past certain quality control standards and is just now in the last phase? In other words, are things going well?
Yes, it just entered the salt chamber, so far things are going well with it this time around.
But there was some preliminary testing as well before it went to the salt chamber, right? And it passed those?
So far, yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
And just so that the public is aware, it's in our packet, but potentially they haven't read it. There are no other current amber fixtures currently being tested besides the Visionaire.
That is the only amber fixture currently being tested by FPL, correct.
So there's one other thing that I think needs to be clear. You know, in a perfect world, this will be ready September, October, but that means that they have to be manufactured. This just means there's a check in the box.
Well, that was one of my questions. You know, you replied to one of the questions that I sent in to you that, as you said, best case scenario, it could be available as soon as October. Has there been any conversation with them as to there's enough quantity, or is that part of your process that there will be sufficient quantity should something happen and they need to be replaced? Is there going to be warehouse stock available, as potentially, as you said, in a perfect world, in October? And from then, it sounds like you're saying another potentially 9 months after that before you could mobilize and actually start the work.
Yes, that's correct. So if everything does go perfect in October, this will be part of the. This could be part of the an added fixture in our FPL catalog. We will work with the manufacturer directly. However, we will not be stocking. FPL does not stock or manufacture these fixtures. You know, we work with the manufacturers. So your time frame, as soon as you guys approve the deposit, it is that 7 to 9 month time frame that you just mentioned.
So what does FPL require from a manufacturer as far as the amount of product they have to have readily available? Are they just going to say everything in the perfect world goes through and the Visionaire is ready to go in October? If they don't have the current fixtures already constructed and ready to go, is that part of FPL's decision-making when they're approving a fixture, or do they have to approve its functionality and then we'll talk about the manufacturing?
So right now, FPL does not stock any fixtures from various manufacturers, General Electric, Cree, various ones.
No, I got that point.
Yeah,
I'm sorry for interrupting, but
I can help.
okay.
Sure. My understanding is that this fixture, thank you, Roger. This fixture is already approved by the Fdot, so it is already being in use. It's not a newly manufactured fixture. It's already in the pipeline. We'll just be adding one more place for it to get put into service.
Just out of curiosity, Joe, while you're up there, you say it's already been approved by Fdot. Does Fdot then, do they not interact then with FP&L? In other words, FP&L doesn't have to approve a fixture for Fdot?
They're two separate entities, two separate sets of rules.
Does Fdot do its own testing regimen as well?
Yes, sir.
So this has passed their regimen?
And I do not know the extent of their testing, but yes, Fdot has it on their approved products list. Fdot has a much larger approved products list than FPL does, because different entities are putting them in and maintaining them and working on them. FPL keeps a very small category list.
Just curious, with our friends from FP&L who are here, are you in contact with Fdot about this fixture and their experience with the fixture? I mean, is that part of your evaluation process?
Good morning, Council. Eric Culling, FPL LED Lighting Solutions. I do not believe on this specific fixture there has been any dialogue with FDOT.
Do you think that's possible, though, that you could reach out to FDOT and, because this is such a pivotal issue for our island, that you could reach out to them and get a sense of what their experience has been to help you arrive at your decision?
Certainly could, and comment on that to town staff.
That would be great. Thank you.
I don't know which one of you guys can answer this question, but what they just gave us now, you look at the numbers, and it's much different than what we have in here. So I'm trying to figure out, you know, in here it says 3.8 million for the current Cree fixture. On here, it says the Cree Amber is 4.123 million. So I don't understand why we're having such difficulty getting a number, or, and then you look at the visionary, on this sheet, it's saying 1.235 million. And I'm just speaking of the numbers for the county-owned road at this point. And then for the 3,000 Kelvin temperature light, it's 380,000.
Sure. These numbers were derived late last week in response to your consultant's estimation of what fixtures and amount of poles would need to be added based on the solution, whether it's the Cree solution or a Visionaire solution. So I do apologize. I'm not sure what other documentation you may have, but I would use this as the most up-to-date, accurate information for consideration.
And just to reiterate, that's based on the amount of poles that would be needed to create the same coverage necessary for Estero Boulevard.
That is correct, yes. So what your consultant, I believe, has worked with you on is that, long and short, is the Visionaire fixture is a much higher wattage fixture. And so the lumen output is going to be quite a bit higher. So with some of the standards that I believe you're looking to achieve, that would necessitate less fixtures, which in turn would necessitate less of the inline hardened distribution poles along Estero Boulevard that carry a fairly significant upfront cost to the town. So I think, does that, maybe phrase and answer your question?
It does. And another issue that we currently have is lights being shut off during turtle season. With any of these lights, is this cost include any, or is there going to be any, I suppose during the design, you're going to do your best to make sure that it's not visible? Because we can all agree we don't want to shut any lights off at any time of the year.
My understanding, and Joe may be able to speak to this as your consultant on the lighting project here. My understanding is that with an amber fixture properly shielded, it would meet FWC requirements as no visibility from the beach, and those fixtures would not need to be turned off during turtle season.
So you said something very important there that I was hoping you were going to say. Properly shielded, no matter what color temperature of the light, has to be done to be able to comply with FWC requirements.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I'm not sure, is that what you said? I think you said the amber properly shielded would comply with FWC. I think then Councilor Aller said any type of light properly shielded. There's two different items. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I want to just make sure I'm clear. I heard what you said.
Sure.
Which one did you say?
Proper shielding is required by FWC, and my understanding is that amber is a required feature of a turtle light.
Thank you.
All right, so I just want to be careful about sort of talking in terms of absolutes. So whether it's, whatever the light is, if we shield it and it's still visible from the beach, we're gonna have to turn it off. I mean, we're talking about the difference between should it be visible from the beach or can it be visible from the beach, and things, things theoretically can change. Buildings can be there, buildings can go away, trees can be there, trees can go away. There are a lot of other factors other than the lights themselves. So just want to be clear that the goal, of course, is not to shield the lights so that none of them would have to be turned off no matter what their color temperature is. But if shielding doesn't work, we're going to turn that fixture off to be compliant with the Turtle Ordinances and state statutes. So it's not our intention, but that's not to say it won't happen.
Okay. Mr. FPL with the white shirt on, I forgot your name, I'm sorry.
Zachary Jarrell.
Zach, all right, Zach. We were talking about costs earlier, about ongoing costs on the bills and so forth, and you mentioned the fixtures, there's a cost in there, but you didn't say anything about the poles, the additional poles being added in there. Is that would be a cost also, would it not?
Additional poles, there will be a cost, yes.
Yes. So, in this case, it would be substantial, would it not? Whichever way we went. I mean, even if it's just the Visionaire that we're talking about, which is 65 new poles. That's a lot of poles.
I'm going to defer to Eric on this one.
Okay.
Council, the additional poles would be hardened inline distribution poles. Those would be just a one-time upfront cost to the town, in difference of, if you look at your existing bills, if you have a dedicated pole which is there to support solely a street light or luminaire, then there is a monthly charge associated with those poles, but the town would not pay the upfront capital associated with installing and purchasing that pole.
So now, the main line going down Estero, if we need a light where there is no pole now, do we have to put up one of the hardened poles, or is it another pole that we can put there that is not hardened, that just has a light?
There are setback requirements that we have, and we've discussed that with your consultant. If you should move forward with any of these directions, there may be an opportunity to meet those setbacks and avoid the inline distribution poles, which again do carry a fairly significant cost. But as you all are aware as well, there's very limited room from a right-of-way perspective as well as with the existing infrastructure, and we have to have those safety setbacks requirements from the existing distribution. So there is that opportunity, especially in case by case. You know, there are some areas where the setbacks are almost, they're very, very limited what's available. But we're looking at, I think, a 6-mile stretch of roadway. I think there are going to be applications where you could potentially have a dedicated street light pole, not necessitating one of the hardened inline distribution poles.
And so is that, because I know now, when we did the Estero project, that now the poles are at the very edge of the right-of-way. Yes. So is that because where the road is too wide, that you don't have enough reach with the dedicated light-only poles to get the light where you want it?
It's not necessarily that. It's just having physically the real estate in order to, within the right-of-way, but also maintain the setback requirements from our existing distribution facilities.
Oh, I see, okay.
It's literally, it's a real estate issue. As you said, the road's very close these days.
So the lighting concept is from back of edge of sidewalk, from one side of the street to the other side of the street. Not onto the private properties, but just from the edge of sidewalk, road, other sidewalk. It is the area that we're trying to light.
I have one more kind of question here, just because I'm really kind of want to get down to some of the actual dollars and cents that we're talking about here. Now, the $4,600 a month charge we're getting at, is that for the entire island? Side streets, North Estero?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And I'm looking at some of the numbers here, and it looks like that our monthly fee, just for North Estero and the county Estero, would go up to about $9,500.
Correct.
About double.
That's correct, yes.
And then the side streets aren't really even counted in that.
Correct.
So the side streets would be more than the rest of Estero combined.
That's correct.
So we would go from $4,500 or $4,600 a month to, my calculation's like $2,500 a month. Just looking at these numbers. Because it is.
I lost that last part. I was following you perfectly. Let me get
I
that.
think you said 2,500, I think you,
Well, because you have 15,
it's not gonna go down, you said 4,500
right,
to 2,500.
or sorry, to be 24, well, okay. Should be 24,000 a month, because you have the 15,000 for the side streets, and the other two, Estero's about 95.
Now we're moving in the right direction.
Right. So we have, pardon my misspeaking there. So we would go from, like, say, 4,600 to 24,000 a month.
I apologize. I'm not sure where how we arrived at 24,000. I got you at the 9.95, which would be
Just the sterile.
Yes.
Then the side streets are another 15,000.
I see. Okay, so you're combined. Yes, that is correct statement.
Compare the bill we're getting now.
Yes, I see where you
to what we'll be
derived that
getting
from.
after this is all done.
That is correct. Yes.
You know, and if I can help clarify it a little bit for public, if my abacus works correctly, The Cree-amber fixture, based on the numbers you have before us right now, would be $4.8 million to a cost of the town for just Estero Boulevard, not the side streets. That's all of Estero Boulevard. For the Visionaire, it would be 1.5 million, and I think that's probably where Councilor Adderhalt's number came into play, for all of Estero Boulevard, again, not including the side streets. And then the white light, as you have listed here, would be 470,000 roughly. The monthly costs for just Estero Boulevard, again, all of Estero Boulevard, would be $8,435 per month. The Visionaire would go up to $9,500 a month, and the white fixture would be $5,400 per month.
Those are FP&L costs, yeah.
FP&L costs, right.
Just for Estero.
Just for Estero, not including the side streets. Just so that the public has the numbers that we've been seeking for a while, based on the chart that you gave us today.
I concur with your abacus.
Okay. All right, but just to be clear, those are FP&L numbers only, and that's based on Google Earth measurements, not field measurements. But
Well, I guess my point was, since we're talking about just amber, you're looking at a potential, if this fixture doesn't make it through testing, $3.3 million in a cost to the town, in difference. So we really need to pray that this Visionaire makes it through testing.
And I'm praying for that. And since you're still here, just a quick question. You've been very helpful, and thanks for being here this morning. I've heard this morning, correct me if I'm wrong, that after October, it would still take 9 months to fully implement the solution, assuming everything goes well. Is there a way, FP&L, if they know it's coming, is there a way they could triage that really so it wouldn't be 9 months? Especially, is there things that we can do to plan ahead? And I know the inventory is important in your staff and hurricanes. I know there's a lot of things going on, but in a perfect world, is there ways for you guys to anticipate this coming and triage it so it wouldn't be 9 additional months?
Sure. So let me speak to that 7 to 9 month time frame window. The actual fixture, we work on just in time inventory. Lead time from our manufacturers with the fixtures are only about 8 to 12 weeks. So should that fixture be tested, approved, and added to our catalog within that October timeframe, if we had a final design, which would be necessitated by an engineering deposit to do a final calculation of a to the penny cost, obviously we're currently looking at some budgetary numbers, or the CIAC that you've heard before. That 7 to 9 months is really from initiation of the design to get a cost to the town to installation commencing within the field. The actual fixture ordering from our vendors is, like I said, 8 to 12 weeks.
Okay, and so I hope you'll continue to work with our consultant and our town staff to help you, so we can expedite this as quickly as possible should everything go smoothly.
Yes, we will continue those dialogues.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, okay, it sounds like we're putting all our eggs in one basket here. We're at the betting window and hoping that the Visionaire comes through at the end of the year, which wouldn't get us lit out there on the boulevard until probably sometime in the middle of 2023, if it happens. And again, to light a county road, not our road. I couldn't let that slip by without reiterating that. So, if there's no more questions for the gentleman, we thank you for coming out today, and
Just one kind of comment. I assume now, if this Visionaire fails spectacularly, right, then there are other lights that you can look at, start testing, but then we're going back to the initial process.
The salt fog chamber is actually one of the hardest, most brutal tests for a fixture manufacturer, because what that's doing is simulating 10 to 15 years of exposure in a very difficult environment within Florida of salt air. It corrodes our air. Well, it's wonderful, but with the salt content, it corrodes anything that has metal. What I can say is that we've had manufacturers that have not passed our very rigorous testing standards go back to their R&D departments and then resubmit for a testing procedures again. Just the nature of that salt fog chamber, it is a long testing procedure. So I don't, and to answer your question, there could be an opportunity for any manufacturer to come back with a reworked product and submit it to that testing procedures again.
Since you brought that up, just real quickly, with this Visionaire fixture, in that salt testing, does it include wind? I know these fixtures are close to 100 pounds apiece. Does that salt testing also include high rate of winds, anything, or is there a testing that FPL
Those are
does?
different calculations based on wind load ratings, so it's actually more based on a EPA, so kind of surface area of the fixture. More so with that, it's can the pole support that from a structural standpoint, and those have been taken into consideration. The salt fog chamber really is a corrosion test.
Okay.
So these Visionaire fixtures are heavier than are they heavier than what's on the poles now?
Yes, they are.
And so does this need like a special arm or anything to be able to withstand the winds?
Our standards committee will take that into consideration. It has been taken into consideration that we will probably have some limited pole offerings. If you look at our catalog, we do have a fairly robust offering of poles. We may be limited on some of the poles that we can use for this particular fixture, but I think there's a high level of confidence that the existing infrastructure that's in place would be able to support that luminaire.
And also
I think it's the arm, really. The pole. It's important too, but obviously the arm is going to bear the weight because that's what's being extended outward.
Right, and most of these are gonna go on some pretty beefy poles anyway for the other ratings. So the process now, if we agree, then pretty much all the studies about the lighting is done from FPL. So your lighting engineers figure out how many lights are needed, not ours.
No. We will look to your consultant to identify the specific locations that lights are requested, and then we will design our infrastructure to support those
Okay,
locations.
they do the lighting part of it and you do the
That is correct.
implementation.
That is correct, yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, thank you very much for coming
Been
down.
very informative.
Okay,
Roger, if I may, Mr. Mayor, real quick while we're on this, and now we have some closer numbers. To the average taxpayer out there, how would these numbers based on the two amber fixtures be achieved? I know I've asked it before, and, if we have to go with the CRE or decision is to go with the CRE, that's gonna require a tax increase or potentially a path of increasing the taxes. But with the Visionaire, with the numbers that we see now, how would that affect the current millage rate, or would it?
Well, I will tell you right now, we do not have money budgeted for this project. So we would have to do our typical exercise of seeing what cash we have on hand, how we do in the current fiscal year from a revenue and expenditure standpoint, see if we have any carryover funds, and then apply those to any new initiatives that the council has, such as this project. And where those savings, if you will, can't cover the cost of an initiative, then that rolls over into a tax increase that the council would have to consider. So to the extent you're interested in seeing that information, when we have our beginning of our budgetary process for the upcoming fiscal year in May, we'll give you our best estimate of what it would cost millage-wise if that's what we have to do to support this initiative.
I appreciate that, thanks.
And I do, looking at the numbers here, I think it's a little bit, maybe deceiving to say they will get a certain amount of county money and that'll cover the upfront costs, because most of these costs are really borne on a monthly basis from here on out, right? So we go from, $50,000 a year to 280. So we have an extra, $238,000 a year that now we've got to come up with. And that can translate to, you could translate it to a property rate increase, just by that number.
Right, so, well, clearly, I think everyone understands there's a reason we're going through these types of things with FP&L, because clearly sort of lump sum upfront costs are more difficult for us to plan for than ongoing monthly costs.
Yeah.
So while they both present challenges, the harder of the two challenges is sort of these lump sum type of cash upfront type deals.
okay. We're going to move on. The next item is the consent agenda. There's only one item, and that's Resolution 22-13, which is an interlocal agreement with Lee County regarding hazardous waste enforcement. And this is to adopt Resolution 22-13, approving an interlocal agreement with Lee County for hazardous waste enforcement and authorizing the town manager to execute the interlocal agreement and expend budgeted funds on behalf of the town. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda, thereby approving the resolution?
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. Okay, we're going to get into the public hearings part of the meeting now. The first item, and again, Councilman Adderholt has filed papers declaring okay, conflict here. Okay, this is ordinance 22-06, which is the Tuckaway Cafe CPD amendment. This is the first reading and public hearing for proposed ordinance 22-06, an ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, replacing Town of Fort Myers Beach Resolution Number 12-07 and amending the schedule of uses for the commercial plan development zoning for the property located at 2301, 2307, and 2311 Estero Boulevard, and 111 and 121 Mango Street, Fort Myers Beach, amending the master concept plan for the restaurant use or uses, providing for revisions to conditions of approval and other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Okay, we'll open the public hearing. Mr. Attorney, do you want to?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is a site-specific rezoning matter, so it is quasi-judicial, so anyone who's going to testify concerning this or give any testimony regarding this matter should stand and raise their right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Also, Mr. Mayor, it would be appropriate for you all to disclose any ex parte communications. And last but not least, the appropriate advertisement for the public hearings has been placed in the local newspaper.
Councilman Allers has excluded himself, so Vice Mayor?
Regular site visits.
I've had none. Councilman?
Regular site visits.
Councilman?
Yeah, I've been there.
Well, I've been there, I mean, but, all right. Sarah?
Good morning. Sarah Probst with Community Development. Trey and Amy Gillette, owners of 2301 and 2307 or / 2307 Estero Boulevard, also known as Tuckaway Cafe, are requesting an amendment to the existing commercial plan development zoning to allow brewing of beer for consumption on premises.
Click hard. Yeah.
There we go. The property is in the Boulevard Future Land Use District and is zoned CPD. The restaurant has a 2 COP, and it has had that since 2017 with indoor seating between 7 a.m. and midnight and outdoor seating from 7 a.m. until 10 p.m. The town has no record of noise complaints from the restaurant. Sorry, I'm one slide behind apparently. No, now I'm
It's
ahead.
easier, you can tell Jason.
There we go. The applicant is seeking a CMBP license from the state. The license will allow the production and consumption for consumption on premises of up to 10,000 kegs of malt beverage annually. Brewing would occur interior to the existing restaurant footprint and no other changes are proposed. Staff feels that the request meets the findings and conclusions found in section 34-88 of the LDC. There are no anticipated negative impacts as the current consumption on premises has generated no negative impacts that the town is aware of. The original CPD included 8 conditions and 11 deviations. Staff recommended 4 additional conditions, and at the May 22nd hearing, the LPA recommended the deletion of existing condition 8. The recommended conditions are shown on the screen, and the applicant has agreed to these conditions. I'm available for any questions you may have, and the applicant is also here.
Any questions for Sarah?
Sarah, Exhibit A, which is page 98, is the exhibit to be attached to 22-06 upon its passage?
Is that the master concept plan, or that's the list of deviations and conditions?
It is,
Schedule of allowable uses.
Okay, yeah, that's the schedule of allowable uses, the conditions and deviations, I believe.
right. But we are modifying it, and it is going to be attached as the new Exhibit A to Ordinance 22-06?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, then my question is, it still refers to it as Big John's Boardwalk Eatery. Should we be modifying that to the name of the current owners?
Well, it's in here as formerly known as, and
Right.
it's referenced in the original CPD as Big John's. So I think that this allows for any changes in the future if the name changes again, so that you can still reference back to that original CPD. I don't know that it's a problem that we would change that. John?
As is, it's legally sufficient, if.
I know it's legally sufficient, but I've been here for a long time, and I've never heard of Big John's Boardwalk Eatery. So I just wondered if we wanted to put the correct name on it, so when somebody's reading this, they know what we're talking about.
Sure, we can put that in as an underline. It'll read, formerly known as Big John's Boardwalk Eatery, and now known as, or currently as, known as Tuckaway Cafe.
Well, I think but it's Tuckaway, and then there's another business in the building, so it's really the name of the corporate entity that we would want to have on this? Yeah, Trey and Amy.
We'll get the
Just-
corporate name.
Yeah. And my second question then is Exhibit A also says in the very first paragraph, 8 conditions, and we're changing it to 11 conditions. So it seems like we should change the 8 to 11 just for clarity,
Yes.
assuming that we pass it that way.
Anything else?
That's my only question at this
Eight to
point.
10, change it from, because they struck 8, so there would be 10.
No, but they added a new 8.
Yeah, they reworded 8.
There's 11 on page 99.
Oh, I didn't,
Yeah, there's 11. Anybody else for?
oh, I didn't see that, okay.
Anyone else? Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Big Bad John. Not to be confused with Big John. Okay, Mr. Gillette, did you want to say anything? Come on, stand up.
So my name's Trey Gillette. I'm the owner of the Tuckaway Cafe, of course, 2301 Estrella Boulevard, and we're applying for this brew pub license. It's going to accompany our 2 COP license, which means we're already serving beer and wine legally. We have a beer and wine license that we've been serving since 2017. What we want to do, we're just going to be brewing we have a small brewing operation there to serve customers in our restaurant. And it's just going to be Tuckaway Cafe. So we're not changing into a brewery. I've heard some people say, oh, you're going to change into a brewery. We're going to be Tuckaway Cafe. We're doing everything that we do. We're doing our waffles and our bagels and the things that we always do. But we're going to brew a little bit of beer, sell hopefully a little bit of beer, and just make that part of another little part of our business. I've always liked the brewery culture, and just it's something that's not on the island right now, and that's kind of a passion of mine. So that's what we're looking to do.
Very good.
If anybody has any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Questions for Mr. Gillette? I guess not.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to open it up to the public. Does anybody wish to comment about this? No one? Bunch of brewery lovers out there, aren't you? All right, that's good. We'll close the public comment, bring it back to council. Council, any comments or Any motions to move this to,
Before we do a motion, I would just say if the craft beer is half as good as the steam bagel sandwiches, including the McGregor, I think you're going to be a great success, and I wish you Godspeed.
And I'll just say, I'm shocked, shocked that this is the only time the only microbrew we'll have. You know, that there isn't one already on a tourist island.
I don't think it'll be the last. Okay, anyone else? Anyone wish to make a motion to refer this to the second hearing?
I'll make a motion to refer ordinance, or sorry,
That's right, 22-06.
22-06, be continued at the second meeting.
May 2nd at 9 a.m.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, the next ordinance is number 22-05, building footprint limits. This is the second reading and public hearing for proposed ordinance 22-05, an ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending Article 3, Division 3, Sections 34-638, minimum setbacks, Table 34-3, dimensional regulations in conventional zoning districts, and Table 34-1, land uses assigned to use groups and subgroups of the Town of Fort Myers Beach Land Development Code, providing for codification, conflicts, scrivener's errors, severability, and an effective date. The hearing is open. Sarah?
Good morning, Sarah Prost with Community Development. Do you have a presentation? There we go. During the public hearing for the consolidated lot ordinance, staff was asked to look at the options that other communities have used to limit the size of homes. We investigated some of the communities. We looked for communities in the area who have similar ordinances. Naples was the only one that we found in the immediate vicinity. We found several in other states, and I'll sort of go through the main ones that I looked at. Naples limits house sizes in the rural estates district by the percentage of lot size. At first, this sounded very ideal, but then once I created a graph that's in your staff report, I noticed that it was rather complicated and it was unfair depending on the size of the lot and the cutoff. So you could end up with a larger lot and a lower allowed size of a house depending on where that cutoff was. So this seemed a bit complicated, and I didn't think this would be a good option for the community. Palo Alto, California, has a flat limit of 6,000 square feet for the whole house, so that's square footage in the house, it's not footprint. Santa Monica, California, has limits lot coverage of a two-story house to 35% of the lot for the first story and 20% for the second story. This sounded like a good option, but I didn't know what an appropriate percentage might be, and the size didn't sound appropriate for the community. Atherton, California limits houses to 18% of the lot area for any lot over an acre. This seemed like a good option, but since we don't have very many lots, very many at all, that are over an acre, this didn't seem like a good option, and we would have to do quite a bit of considering to figure out what an appropriate size to start this would be and the percentage. Gunnison County, Colorado has a limit of 5,000 square feet for houses and 2,000 square feet for outbuildings that can be administratively approved. Any residences over that size must be approved by the county commission. Gunnison County's made the most sense to me because it was fairly straightforward. It was easy to understand what the cutoffs were and the process if you wanted to do something larger than that. I thought that a larger footprint for the house made more sense, so I bumped it up to 7,500 for a house. And then anything over that would be approved by a special exception. This would ensure that people have the ability to build the large homes, but the council would have some say regarding how that's done. The language in your packet is the proposed language. If you like the proposed language, this code change would require an amendment to the use table 34-1 and section 34-638D7. Following the March 22nd LPA hearing, an email was sent out to all the single-family and two-family builders in our permitting system to notify them of the proposed changes. I've provided you with 2 pictures that the LPA had asked if additional pictures could be provided to give you an idea of what size homes we were talking about. When I sent out the email, I did receive an email back from one builder with some questions, and I thought they were pretty good, and so I wanted to provide those to you. The first question was, what size lot would allow a 7,500 square foot lot? Due to the 40% building footprint limit, a lot would have to be 18,750 square feet, with that 40% to be 7,500 square feet. We've provided some examples of how many lots would have to be combined in the different subdivisions around the island in order to accomplish that lot size. He also asked what counts as a permanent structure. The code defines any building as any structure, either temporary or permanent, having a roof intended to be impervious to weather and used or built for the shelter or enclosure of persons, animals, chattels, or property of any kind. This essentially means any roofed structure would count towards the building footprint. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Sarah, just on first reading, I'd asked both you and Jason, in your experience, how many homes would be impacted by an ordinance such as this based upon your history with the town? And I think you just said 1. It sounds like this morning there's some additional folks that would be impacted by this. It sounds like some of these folks have had plans in place or they're in the process of working on plans. I'm wondering if we could address their concerns this morning by tweaking the effective date. I think right now it's effective upon adoption. I wonder if we tweak the effective date, we could potentially give them some relief. Do you have a suggestion on that? And are you aware of these projects that are out there pending?
I was not aware of the projects, and I definitely think that it's a good idea to extend the date that this actually takes effect. I know it's very difficult for developers, home builders, property owners, when they're in the process and they haven't submitted anything to us. We're just not aware that it's out there. And we don't want to limit people who are trying to do this already and have already spent a lot of money. So I think that's a great idea.
And when the folks testify this morning, you might give us some help in terms of effective date that would provide the relief that you need, and maybe our town attorney at some point could comment on that as well.
And just to be clear, so they would have to have their plans, their permit applied for before the effective date.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Well, this town council directed the staff to invoke zoning in progress when we began this process. And so, we froze and we've been discussing this for a number of months at the MNP and.
So this is part of that, John? Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, this has been part of this was as.
So this is not just the combination of 2 lots.
Well,
this is actually a piece of that.
This is an outgrowth of that.
An outgrowth of it. Okay.
If you all decide or direct us to put in an effective date provision, then it'll be effective from whatever that date is. The question is, I suspect that there's still going to be someone who may not or feel that it's not far enough out in advance to allow them to get their plans in. So there is some degree of just how far out do you all want it to you tell us?
Well, Sarah also said that there's provisions in there that they can come back to the council for.
Special exception.
For an exception, yes. Okay, Bill, you were going to say something?
Would this they need a special exception or just a variance?
No, I think it's the way that staff has drafted it would be a special exception.
So just to be clear, there's a difference between one meeting at the LPA and one meeting with the town council versus one meeting with the LPA and 2 meetings with town council. That's the difference when you use that terminology.
I have a question, if we can hear from Mr. Harris, since we don't seem to have a clear idea of what potentially is out there, because until they come in for permitting, we really don't have any idea who's potentially looking at building something. When does it, I'd like to find out, when does it get to that financial point, as you had mentioned in your public comments, that there's really no turning back without spending hundreds of thousands of dollars or tens of thousands of dollars?
Well, part of the problem is that a
Identify
client,
yourself, sir.
sir, Glenn Harris, Alaire Homes.
Thank you.
Part of the problem is that a client will spend thousands in architectural design, engineering, engineering for drainage, et cetera, before they can even get to the point of submittal. And in this case, if we have to go to special exception, they have to spend all of that money. Could be close to $100,000, or in some cases more, potentially, depending on the project, just to go to a special exception or variance process to then get turned down. And so it's a substantial financial impact to those clients, not counting the real estate that they purchase with the intention of doing what they're doing. So I've heard cases where they say, you know, if you have trust engineering, then maybe that's a threshold, but I would argue that there's thousands of dollars spent way before that point.
And I guess that's what I'm trying to get to. What is that point of no return? Is it completed engineered designs? Is it?
Well, completed architectural drawings would be anywhere between, you know, probably out here on the island for a custom home, probably a minimum of 15 to 20,000, and as much as 60, 70, 80,000 just for architectural drawings.
And what is the time frame between getting those and actually submitting a permit, usually?
From the time of complete architecturals, then we have to go to engineering and get engineering drawings, and then truss engineering and drainage engineering. So we're looking at probably, after architecturals, a minimum of 8 to 12 weeks before we're submitting a permit.
So it's not that great. I was just trying to, you spoke of the starting point, or where's the cutoff point for how long you give them before they have to comply with a potentially passing what we're talking about here. But I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. Thanks.
Do you,
That's one cutoff point. That's
Right.
one, that's not all. That's not, okay.
just before you leave, do you ever have a preliminary conversation with the town staff when you say this is what we're kind of looking at?
We attempt to. We have in some cases. I mean, we had, you know, conversation on the Randy Lane, I think, way back when. On our current, we have one submitted currently, which is in permitting right now, and it will be affected by this, both on the 2201 and 05. I have questions and clarifications. I have actually, I just had a meeting with Mr. Roger Hernstadt, and then following that meeting, he advised that I meet with Sarah and Jason. I requested that meeting last Wednesday. Just with timing, we haven't been able to get to that. But, you know, we're here, we want to offer our support and whatever we can do to mitigate this in a way that, you know, there's got to be a middle ground here, in our opinion. As we said, we've been attacked with the setbacks went from 7.5 to 10 early last year, and then this 15% side, 30% gross side setbacks, along with that front setback. And now the adoption of the 7,500, our clients and ourselves are getting attacked. Like it impacts us financially, and it impacts our clients even more so. But it's some of our projects, we have to go completely back to redesign. The one that's turned in, I don't know what's going to happen yet. Because, and, you know, I don't know if we'll get a rejection or where that will stop, but there's potential complete redesign on that project. We're working with another client that's here today as well, that has started, we're into that architectural process. He's already spent thousands of dollars, not counting his real estate investment. That one would definitely have to get a full redesign rework here.
If we were to place an effective date of 6 months upon passage, would that address most of your concerns?
For what we have current, yes. It doesn't play in for anything going forward.
Yeah, we would certainly want to not be retroactive and punish people that have already started a process. At least that's my personal opinion. But I mean, at some point we've got to draw the line if we're going to make a policy change. But the goal would be just to not be punitive and retroactive against folks who have already started the process.
And our preference too would be to, you know, I understand that there's public notice on this stuff, you know, sometimes many months back. But the first time we were truly notified was when Sarah gratefully, you know, I'm glad that she did, but she sent an email out to us just recently. And that's when, you know, now we're getting involved because now we're hearing what's going on and the devastating impact that it'll have on us and our clients. So we'd like to be part of the process. There could potentially be other ways to address a concern here without adopting what's on the table today. And that's our approach, that there could be other forms of regulatory, you know, ordinances that we put in place that could, maybe it satisfies what we're looking for the intent, but doesn't go this far with what we have on the table today, so.
When did you say you got that email from Sarah?
That was the one you put in the, it was leading up to the April 4.
Because I'm finding it very hard to believe that we're here at a second hearing today, and this is the first we're seeing or hearing from you. I mean,
Yes, sir. Well, I would have loved to,
I mean,
I'm not
this
familiar
has
with
been
this
going on
process
for,
as
this
a
has been
whole.
going on for months. Okay, Sarah, did you want to add something?
I wanted to say that there were 2 weeks between LPA and council, and I sent out the notice the week after LPA, so it was 1 week before council.
Now, how long ago was that?
What was a week before the last?
So let's just be clear. So this process started with the council before September 21st. At September 21st, you invoked of 21. You invoked zoning in progress. Now, people may not have known about it, or people may have chose to say that, well, I'll deal with this down the road if it makes it all the way through the process, or whatever the case may be. You know, and we've heard today about the property owners' rights and the architects and engineers and general contracts, and we're trying to be respectful of everybody. But my sense from listening to the council is we're also trying to be respectful of the people who are adjacent to these projects and create a process that provides them with some opportunity to be aware it's coming, weigh in terms of if they have concerns, so that the council can consider that as part of an approval project for these larger homes. And they're not here today to speak for themselves, so I guess I'll make that point for them. But we're not saying no to anybody. And we realize that people have spent money and they're kind of down the road and they don't want to have to make changes. But I suspect, and I don't sit up there, I sit over here, but I suspect that if someone comes through the hearing process, and unless the neighbors have a serious objection, and what they're doing is egregious, it's probably going to be approved by the LPA as an exception and by a council of reasonable people. But they're concerned that, well, we get all the way to the process and then we find that out. Well, that's not really true, because we don't really care where, the dishwasher's going. We care about where the four walls are gonna be. So as soon as they know that, they can come in and we can tell them that, you're gonna have to go through this process because you're exceeding the limits or you're not. So, and by the way, I'm not in favor of getting someone caught up in the timing. I don't think that's fair either, but just want you to be aware that there are several other factors for you to consider as you consider this issue.
Okay. Mr. Green, I see you peering around there. Do you have something that you want to add to this conversation? No? Okay. Thank you. All right.
Sarah, and just for clarification, again, for maybe some people that are watching that don't know, the 7,500 square foot we're talking about is not the total number. They can still go up from there.
Yes, as long as they have a special exception. And that's not 7,500 square feet of floor space. That's 7,500 square feet of footprint. So you can still have a second story above that.
But you just said it required a special exception.
Yes.
To go up.
No. Yeah. If you want to have a larger square footprint than 7,500 square feet, then you would have to get a special exception. But that 7,500 square foot footprint allows stories above that. So that's just what's under the roof and within the walls.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, you were done, but go ahead.
Glenn Harris, Lair Homes, sorry. Just to clarify, your 7,500 square feet, does that include elevated pool decks as well? Exterior?
At this point,
Structures.
it does not. The way the code defines it is under roof and not screened roof. So it's a solid roof. So if you have a lanai area that's under a roof, that would count towards that footprint. But if you have a pool deck, that would not. However, if you have like a 3rd-story pool and you have a 2nd story underneath it, what's underneath that will count as footprint.
Thank you.
Mr. Herron,
Yes, sir.
in regards to this extending the effective date business, do you have any suggestions about that, or anything to add? I saw you looking.
Yeah, I think that it's not uncommon for an ordinance of this nature, 90 days. It's a 3-month period to process anything that might be in the pipeline. Generally, it's 60, 90 days. I think that, the otherwise, if we go the suggested route of the speaker, then we're constantly in this, we're changing the code potentially, and we're invoking zoning in progress, because if not, things are going to continue to get put in the pipeline, and the argument's going to be, well, my clients have relied upon the old regulations. So, everyone knows that this ordinance goes into effect in 90 days, and anything in the pipeline at that point that's not been approved is subject to the new regulations.
And that was my next question. In the pipeline, so if it passes today and they've got 90 days, are we talking about people that can verify that they had something started prior to today? They're in the pipeline?
Yes.
So that has to be verified. Is that correct?
You talk about application or permit, let's
Yeah.
just be clear.
Yes.
Well, yes is not.
Well,
one or the other.
what do you, generally it would be that they have an application in.
Oh, well, all this business about, we've been talking to architects and we have plans and so forth and so on, that doesn't,
Lead application or permit. Permit comes usually after that. So it's just really a question what threshold you all want to set.
I mean, not to belabor the point, but you all are setting policy here. And at some point in time, the law says that no one's entitled to having the zoning regulations read a particular way in perpetuity. And so the idea here is that if you have a permit application in as of the effective date, then there's a 90-day, we'll process those applications in that 90-day pipeline, and after that, anything new is subject to the new regulations.
all right, thank you. All right, we'll bring it back to the council now.
Yeah. Go.
Oh, well, excuse me, I'm sorry, public comment, I'm sorry about that. All right, public comment, who would like to speak?
I have Carolyn Caney signed up.
Oh, you have someone, okay, come on up.
Carolyn Caney, Woodland Custom Homes. Well, my main complaint regarding the 15% side setbacks has already been passed, but I'm going to comment on this 90-day retroactive thing. There's no point in giving somebody a 90-day extension after their permit's already been applied for. I would think that once a permit was applied for, and if it was applied for before this ordinance was passed, then it should be under the old rules. I think the 90-day extension is necessary for those people who have already spent a lot of time and a lot of money in engineering and so on. Being a builder, I know how long it takes to get something ready from permit. From the time a customer comes to my office and the time I can apply for their permit is generally as long as 6 months. A lot of that is due to people are busy, due to COVID, the architects are backed up. Truss engineering takes 12 weeks to get. You can't complete your building engineer plans until you have truss engineering. And a 90-day after you submit for your permit is really of no use to anybody. It should be 90 days from the time, if you're going to pass something like this, from the time you pass the ordinance to time of building application. And if something like this was granted, then I think you should consider making it retroactive to the 15% side setback rule. pretty much all I have to say. Does anyone have any questions for me?
No, we don't do that. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Hello again, everyone. My name's Mike Miller. We've already started our process of getting our blueprints together and everything else. Then when you did the setbacks, we had to go back to square one and start working with that. And so we've got blueprints in progress and stuff like that, but we don't have a chance of, if you want to do 30, 60, 90 days, such as like you just mentioned, we don't have an application in, because I could be more than happy to put this application in right here, which is basically some words in a blank piece of paper. It's going to get denied. What you guys want is the full set of blueprints, including, the electrical, the plumbing, structural, everything. In order to do that, it takes time. And, I've put a tremendous amount of money in the real estate that I've got currently. And like I said, I want to build my dream home. And in order to do that, we need a little bit of time to be able to get those blueprints to you. We've even modified the front of our home so that, because you guys, the town would like, instead of the cookie cutter, the way it always, these square boxes, okay? So we've got this massive architectural design that we're doing in the front of this house, and we've got to put it all on paper, and then submit it to you guys. And it just takes time. And, I'm pleading for you guys, just give us time to get, or certain people to get this thing completed.
Mr. Miller, does the 6 months, would that work for your project?
I personally feel it would. Alair Homes happens to be the ones that are doing my home. That would be more of a question for them, and my architect as well. He was here earlier but had to leave. And, like I said, I personally feel, what are your thoughts?
All right, come on.
Sir, you have to come up.
Oh, that-
Come on up.
And while the speaker's coming up, I want the council to understand very clearly that if you're talking about 6 months, 90 days, whatever, as I understand it, that is going to be the window in which someone is going to be able to submit a complete application before they're subject to new regulations. So 6 months is anyone in the town who submits a complete application prior to that 6-month time period will be reviewed under the old regulations. So if that's 100, that's 100 that we'll process. If that's 10, that's 10 that we'll process. So when thinking about picking a time frame in which someone can submit a complete application before they're subject to the new rules, that's what I would ask you to consider. Well, what's the maximum number that we would then potentially receive? Because the builders are all going to work in the next 6 months to complete 100 homes. No disrespect to them, but that's what they're saying that they would do.
If I may make a comment on that, I understand your point of view perfectly. I've been down on this island living here since March of 2018, and I am actively looking at purchasing real estate and everything else for investment purposes. And by no means can you even possibly acquire that kind of homes and put them together, demo them, and be able to get plans submitted. It's absolutely impossible. Whatever is existing now, you've got the ability to do. But right now, I understand what he's saying, but there's no way that someone could acquire it and want to build a 15,000 footprint home. It's impossible. The island is too small, and there isn't that much land here to be able to do.
All right, Mr. Miller, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that wishes to speak?
I think you're going to speak real quick.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Nate Johnson, and I am with Potter Homes. And we are a custom home builder that serves here on the island, and we have numerous property owners that we represent. And so we understand the challenges that occur when a community grows and changes over time, specifically a community on an island, a literal island. These challenges can necessitate code changes in order to keep order and consistency, specifically in the development arena. But since January 2021, there has been 2 significant code changes.
Hold on a second. Hey, can you guys take this staff meeting to the back? I can't even hear this gentleman speak. Come on. Well, that's all right. I want you to solve a problem, but I want to be able to hear the speaker.
Yeah, so since January of 2021, there has been two significant changes, changing from 7.5 feet to 10-foot setbacks, and then changing to a 30% cumulative setback rule. And then today on the agenda is, proposing a footprint restriction. And so while we understand the challenges of growth, these changes are pretty significant in nature, and they require time to adapt. And most of the clients that we have been representing have been in this process for a long time in designing custom homes. So my request is this morning is pretty simple. It's actually just to allow an effective date to be further on in the future. For us, as beach home builders, we actually have to go through a process with the state. And so that state process takes anywhere from 6 to 12 months to get plans developed. And then we go into the state permit, which takes 4 months to review, and then we can go in for a local permit submission. And so you're looking at 12 to 16 months of process before we even get into a permit application. So we have quite a few projects in process right now that we can't submit a permit application because we don't have a state permit. So I would just ask that you guys would consider extending the effective date of these changes. 6 months would be great if you can give that to us. I actually came up and spoke in February on this topic and asked for a delay and an extension of time, and you guys voted 5-0. So I would just ask for an extension of time.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, okay, we'll close the public comment section and bring it back to the council. Comments? Questions, comments?
I'll just to go back to why we even took up these ordinances in the first place, is there was this preponderance of these houses that we built setback to setback maximum height with a little embellishment, as one of you gentlemen called them, just boxes. And it seems like, and at the time we thought there wasn't that many houses that were affected, but from the turnout, it seems that there's quite a few of these very large houses that are going, and that kind of speaks to, I understand the difficulty and the complexity, but it also speaks to the reason why we brought this up in the first place. And it seems like, we've been talking about this for a long time, and I realize that, you probably have better things to do than to sit here and, watch council meetings to see what we might be doing. But I think that, and I agree with, either, moving the effective date out. I think 6 months is excessive, but moving it out a little bit. So if you are really at the point where you are ready to order trusses, that you can get an application in. But it seems like, if you go too far back, then people who are on the fence are going to feel pressure to go through and build a house that will be non-conforming in a, when this is enacted. So I would agree with having an effective date on this, but I would not agree with moving it out to 6 months. I think 2 months or maybe 3 would be the most.
Well, we've got on the floor so far 6 months and 90 days. So, Mr. Town Manager.
Yes, so I was talking to Sarah and Jason, and to try to see if we can find a solution to the comments you received from the community, as well as, the root issue of your debate. And I think we may have a solution, but we need 3 minutes or 4 minutes to show it to you to see if it satisfies the community's concerns and your concerns.
Okay.
So,
Want to take a break?
if you would consider taking a brief break while Sarah prints it out, I think we
Fine.
might have a solution.
That'd be fine. We'll take a 10-minute break.
If I said it wasn't basically what we do is have a survey, the outline of the house.
I finally got up and left because I had to pick this back an hour ago.
Plans and everything else in, but as long as they say they're gonna be this far away from
12 o'clock, what do you know? Okay,
Mr. Mayor?
staff have something to report, okay.
Well, we were trying to think on the fly, and you may remember when you passed a prior ordinance on the setbacks that's already in place, that, and you saw a drawing that looks like this, and I'm gonna have Amy put it on the screen.
Right,
You may recall that.
yes.
So our suggestion is that if we got this for a particular project on a survey, this type of drawing, okay, we can calculate whether, at that point, that their intention is to, you know, be above 7,500 square feet theoretically. And in a very short window, say, okay, if you don't, when you turn in your final plans down the road, as long as you don't move your walls out beyond this, you're good to go. And then the second part of that would be just how much time you want to give them to actually submit for their building permit. So they can very quickly reserve their place in line. If that's what you want to do, give them some latitude to do that. But they would still have to follow through and diligently get their permits, but this aspect of the issue of the 7,500 square feet would be satisfied, that they're gonna.
I guess my comment to that would be that I would want to add to it an outside date that they then must file for their permit, because I don't want someone to turn in a drawing and then 3 years later come back and say,
I agree with you wholeheartedly, Vice Mayor. Clearly, you know, we want someone who is truly so far down the process that it'd be very difficult for them to reverse gears at this point.
If I may, Madam Mayor, I would just making a suggestion, 30 days to submit the drawing. That's a fairly simple drawing to prepare. And 60 days to submit and obtain their building permit.
Now, are we talking, because the setbacks there was a previous ordinance, right?
We're not talking about the setbacks there. We're talking
Just
about
for the
7,500 square feet.
The setback ordinance is in effect already.
well, I guess I'd be willing to go with the compromises proposed with the addition by Mr. Herron.
30 days to submit drawing, 60 days to obtain building permit?
I don't, so you're saying it's 60 days from the 30 days to turn it in? Or, so would that be 60 days from the day they turn in this drawing, or 60 days?
Total 90 days.
Total of 90 days. I don't know, I mean, I think we've heard from them. I don't know that, how we can do it to get them the 6 months that they seem to all have said would work for them to be able to get into that. Could we potentially say that if you get this drawing in within 30 days, then you then have the full 6 months to be able to get in your permit? If you don't supply this within the first 30 days, then you have 90 days to get your permit in.
Or
would that be too complicated?
I think that'd be too complicated. You have 30 days to get that drawing in. If not, you're subject to the new regulations.
But if you do, if you're out there now and you do, then you get the 6 months.
If that's the.
I think that's a pretty fair compromise.
What was proposed?
Well, essentially a little bit different, that you have 30 days to get this drawing to the town, showing that this is what you're looking to do, but you have the 6 months from today to be able to get your permit in, assuming you get this drawing in within 30 days. If you don't get this drawing to the town within 30 days, then you're subject to the new change instantly. Is that the way to put it?
As I understand it, your proposals, then they would have 5 months to submit a complete application and get their building permit.
Correct.
If not, by that, they have to then go back and redo. I'm sorry? Obtaining. And then you speak for,
So my only concern is the obtaining part, Jason Green, community development, and we can do whatever you guys want to do, but it's always harder to have the back end deadline of, that means they have to submit the permit at least 30 days prior to that, so it's not really 5 extra months.
Okay,
Because there's a 3 to 4 week review, you've got structural review, you've got plan review, you got all that.
So what if what if we change it to, you have the 6 months to turn in your application for a permit?
Well, see, here's the problem with that. Then you really don't get a good application, and then we're in the, well, I turned it in, but it's not complete, so.
We really want complete applications at any time, so they have to be full, complete, to be able to, if they get kicked out because of incomplete, that's the deal then.
But, so, Council Al, just under the scenario that Jason's talking about, you get 30 days to turn in your drawing, you get 4 months to turn in what you believe is a completed application, and you have 30 days to resolve any issues with your application. But it has to be finalized by a total of 6 months. Is what I'm thinking, I'm hearing you say.
I mean, I definitely do.
I mean, that puts us under stress because we can get a lot at the end, but we'll have to just deal with it.
Well, I've kind of thrown it out there. I'll listen to my other counselors, what they think of that
So,
scenario.
Is this just done as a matter of policy, or is there something we're actually modifying this ordinance?
No, we're gonna modify the effective date with interior deadlines, I guess is what I'd say.
So the effective date would be 30 days?
The effective date would be immediately, unless you submit this drawing in 30 days and obtain a building permit in 5 months. That's what I'm hearing right now. I think the Vice Mayor had a little shorter timeline, so that's what you're debating right now, if you like the concept.
The timeline, I understand, particularly if you're in the, if you need a DEP permit, that the remedy we're trying to get here is that if someone is so far enough down the road where they've already spent a good deal of money, it's not that they have a little idea what they're gonna do. We don't allow enough time for someone to go from an idea and get in this, but it's really people who've already gone pretty far down the road and have spent a lot of money on plans and things to be able to get across the finish line. I don't see this as I think if you allow too much time, then you're allowing a lot of people to get through the door.
Well, I don't know if I agree with that. I think if someone wants to go home today and write on a napkin that this is what they want to build, in theory, they're never going to get to that point of the 6 months anyway. So I don't know that it's going to filter in any more people that aren't already in the queue, if you will, to get their building done.
Well, there's a lot of room between napkin and having, completed plans.
Right, but what we're saying is if you bring in, I hate you say napkin, but if you bring in your initial sketch, like what is up on the screen, there's no way you're going to get to a final permit in 6 months if you haven't already started the process of engineering, drafting, and everything else.
What I'm saying, maybe, maybe they've gone a little ways down the road, but they haven't got the big expenses, which is, the final bit of the architectural plans where you're designing trusses and, that kind of thing.
Well, we could what if this to death, but I think we've heard from all the people that have spoken in public comment that 6 months seems like a realistic number that they could, maybe a stress on them as much as it's a stress on the staff to get it done, but it's something that's a workable thing that's already there. But someone that hasn't even started the process has no chance of getting to a final application in 6 months if they haven't already started the engineering drafts, the trust draft, whatever they need to get this all done. If they haven't started the process, they're never gonna make it in 6 months. Is the way I understand it from what's been discussed here today. It just seems like a fair solution, a reasonable solution that isn't going to get 100 people in the door that aren't already started the process.
Well, again, so I just want to be clear. So we're talking about they have 30 days to submit the drawings, similar to the one on the screen. They have 4 months after that to get us their application so that they have a building permit after a total of 6 months. Is that kind of what?
I think that's far more achievable than 3 months.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying.
With the 3 months, you're essentially saying you've got 2 months to get your application in and 30 days to have it approved or denied. It just seems like a very aggressive window.
Well, I'll tell you, I don't feel guilty about being aggressive on this. I've been quiet throughout this mostly, but a lot of things haven't been said about why this came about in the first place. We are only limiting people to 7,500 square feet, which is almost, as Sarah says, 14,000 square feet of livable space. I have been contacted over and over again by people who live on this island who feel like the builders and the owners have had negative effects on their neighborhoods. They now live in a canyon with gigantic houses on one side of themselves or the other. You guys all come in here and say, you know, we're such good guys. You have had a bad effect on many people in the island by the homes that you have built. Now, I understand. Don't grin at me like that. That's very, very disrespectful. I did not do that to you when you were speaking. The town as a whole has suffered as a result of changed our entire quality of life by the homes that are being built. I am willing to compromise by saying that people can turn in this small drawing and basically hold their place in line if they've already got something started. But to go out 6 months seems to me more than is necessary.
Okay, Vice Mayor. Gentlemen? Jim?
Well, we have one constituent here who sat through the whole meeting, and I did see some nodding on the 6 months. It sounds like that was what addressed the concern of yours where you're in the pipeline. I think I saw nodding. So to me, because so few would be able to qualify because of what it takes to get approval and to put it all together, I don't think we're talking about more than maybe 1 or 2 properties here. So I think that in order to address the concerns that we've heard this morning, I think the 6 months is fair. And again, I don't think that if I thought it was going to mean some avalanche of folks pouring in, I don't think the logistics of that say that it is not, that won't be the case. So therefore, I would be supportive of the 6 months.
Question for Jason or Sarah. Are there benchmarks about the design process that would, maybe in other ways, instead of having a really simple drawing where someone has to come in and show that they've put significant work into the design already? Is there benchmarks we could say you design, you don't submit just a sketch, you have to submit some, preliminary drawing or something that's more professionally done?
Oh, well, I think that's what we would expect as a drawing. The difference is that domino effect of the other things that have to be done that I think you heard from some of the builders. You've got to do drainage, site plans. Okay, so that wouldn't be something that have to be submitted. But once they put those lines on the plan and have the walls up, they should have done a substantial amount of design up to that point, right? So they got to know where that box is going to look like. It's not just drawing a box on a plan and then they hold their place and it changes. And that was the conversation with Roger is, those walls change, that footprint changes.
You slide it.
It starts you
slide
over.
it, you move it. If you went, our concept was, you're setting those 4 pins and you're not moving them. So to us, for you to do that, you have to be far enough along that, you're not sliding it, you're constantly not, can you turn it a little bit so I could get a little bit of view or whatever. You're setting those 4 pins, it's not moving.
So they're far enough along to know that footprint. Now, they haven't done the civil yet. Obviously, that takes weeks to do, even with backlogs and how busy everybody is. You've got structural that needs to be done. You've got more architectural, mechanical, electrical, plumbing. All that still needs to be done. But at least you've talked about that and set the box. So I think it should be substantially far along.
So it may look like a simple drawing, but that's deceptive. There's a lot behind that simple drawing.
Well, what's gonna happen is that someone's gonna say, oh, I don't wanna move it 1.5 feet. Well, we're gonna say no. That's gonna be the next thing. They're gonna say, well, when we got into something else, we realized we had to move this or that, and then no, then you really weren't that far along. So we're gonna hold people to that drawing, if that's the concept that the council goes with.
Then the other thing you may be, if people are, pretty preliminarily into this thing, then, you probably get a lot of drawings that are just gonna be setback to setback.
Well, no, we're not changing, just wanna be clear, we're not changing setbacks here. We're just talking about the 7,500 square feet. That's what we're talking about.
So to that point, internally, just to give you a window on that, internally we do a zoning review up front now before we really pass it on to the other trades for review as a way to help avoid spending time and money, and wasting their money of reviewing something that may be incorrect anyway. So if the building footprint has to change, the setback is wrong, we do a zoning review up front anyway. So I would foresee us doing the same thing and incorporating that as this process. That's really what we're talking about doing. And so it would be a building permit application. For this few circumstances, we would do that zoning review as Roger talked about, then put it on hold with, now you've got X number of days, whatever in the system, it would put a hold on that. And once they get past that date, then basically that application expires.
Thanks.
Okay. I think we know where you stand. Question to the Vice Mayor and Councilman Veach is there anywhere in between that 90 days that the staff has proposed and the 6 months that the others are proposing that would be acceptable
We've already compromised by coming here,
by coming to this?
by coming to the 90 days. That's already, we've already made a step forward.
Okay. Is that your feeling as well, Councilman?
You know, I think that given that if we put the town in the loop, you know, the getting the permit and then getting it approved, then I think the 90 days might be not, it's really like 30 days, right? Because they have, you know, 30 days to come up with their box, and then they'd have to have an application in 30 days to have an accepted permit by 90 days.
So you're willing to go up from the 90 days?
I would, a little bit, I think, yeah.
Jason, can you come up for a minute? In your professional opinion, how much more than that 90 days that you guys proposed would get the job done?
You mean on our side?
Yes.
Most of our permits end up having resubmittals. And so the challenge with that is then you're also, not just us, right? We can do an initial review, all the trades, within a certain amount of time, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever it is. But it's also putting pressure on the applicant to then turn around something in a week to be able to get back into a re-review for 3 weeks. So I'm just always cautious about get it done by a certain date. But I understand Roger's point about the concern of having incomplete applications. We just have to make sure that they are thorough and complete. I'm not answering your question. I'm sidestepping a little bit, but it's 2
Mr.
months.
Mayor, let me try to help Jason here for a second.
Yeah.
It's very simple. The smaller the window you allow, that means that the project has to be that much more advanced. The larger the window that you allow, those are for projects that are not quite that far advanced. So that's what you're wrestling with now, where that is. And if you're really looking, you know, you're talking 90 days, you know, versus 6 months, and we'll see where you know, when you call the roll, where it lands.
All right.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Mayor, if I may, I think Jason was pretty clear that 6 months seemed pretty aggressive in itself as far as getting a finalized permit, but I think that compromise also puts a great amount of pressure on the builders and the people that are getting these homes to make sure they get their application as close to correct the first time, so that there's not a mistake that could potentially cost them in the end. That's why I think it's a fair compromise. There's a lot of pressure on both sides, the town and the applicants.
That's a fair statement on our side, yes.
You don't agree it's fair on the other side?
No, I'm just saying, we're willing to do whatever you guys direct us to do. That's the end of the day, but,
Okay. All right. Well, anybody want to craft something?
Well, without knowing where you stand, it's hard to make a motion.
Well, I thought like we could arrive at something between the 90 and the 6 months. You know, I don't know. I don't know.
I'll just make a motion, and then you can decide then. How about that, Mr. Mayor?
That's fine.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 22-05 with the 6-month time frame, 30 days in which to get the initial drawing as described into town, and the 6-month time frame to have the completed permit.
To obtain a permit.
To obtain a permit.
And that means that they have to give us 5 months to turn the permit in, to turn the completed application in, because we need a month to review it.
Understood.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded on the 6-month option. Discussion. Discussion. All right, we'll call the question. Roll call?
Roll call.
Roll call. Councilman
It-
Powers.
It would be a motion to approve as amended with the 6-month, 30-day, 6-month, and it would be a roll call vote as
Right.
that motion's been made.
That agrees with you? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Allers.
Aye.
Vice Mayor.
Nay.
Councilman Adderholt.
Aye.
Councilman Veach.
I'll go aye.
I'll go aye as well. Okay, so the motion carries. Okay, that's done. And,
But I think it's important that if anybody's closer, to get your permit in as soon as, your application in as soon as possible. Because everyone comes in the door in 30 days, it's, 30 days until that day, it's gonna be tough.
okay, it's 12:24. I'm going to ask the council if they want to break for lunch, or you want to keep plowing through here?
I'd like to break for lunch.
I'd like to break for lunch, okay. Gentlemen, is that all right with you guys? Okay, we're going to take probably about a 40-minute break here for lunch.
Is the food here? Yay.
Okay. All right. Okay. All set in the back? We'll reconvene, it's 1 o'clock, 1:01. Okay, the next item on the agenda is ordinance 22-09, which is the PWVL/PAL ordinance. This is the second reading and public hearing for proposed ordinance 22-09, entitled An Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 27, Personal Watercraft and Parasailing, Section 27-45, Definitions. Section 27-49, Regulations and Locations for Personal Watercraft Rentals. Section 27-52, Personal Watercraft Vendor License and Parasailing Activity, License Applications and Regulatory Fees. Section 27-53, Personal Watercraft Vendor License and Parasailing Activity License Renewals. Section 27-55, Transferability of PWVL and PAL licenses of the Code of Ordinances, Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending definitions, amending operational requirements and license renewal requirements, providing a limited exemption to the cap on the number of annual licenses, providing that personal watercraft vendor licenses and parasailing activity license that are not annually renewed or are inactive for 1 year or more shall revert back to the town, establishing new requirements for the sale and transfer of PWVL and PAL licenses, providing for codification, conflicts, scrivener's errors, severability, and an effective date. So, the public hearing is open. Mr. Attorney?
Mr. Mayor, just for the record, this has been properly noticed before you for second reading, if you so decide to move forward with adopting it today. I also, for the record, want to say the same is true for the ordinance that you heard just prior to this, before your lunch break, which was 2205. And I omitted to say that, so I just wanted to make sure that got on the record.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, as we have been discussing for some time, this ordinance, this proposes various changes to Chapter 27, as outlined in the title of the ordinance. There was discussion at first reading and the distribution of proposed additional changes by Councilmember Veach, which the council said to go ahead and make, and those are reflected in the draft ordinance that's before you. The changes between first and second reading are double underlined, so you can follow what those changes are. But they do relate to adding definition of, sorry. A land-based site, legal operation. I have highlighted for you some highlighted language just for your consideration as to whether or not that is something that you all want to include in that definition of legal operation. The additional changes between first and second reading are, excuse me, on page 10 of the ordinance.
Yes.
No personal watercraft, the paragraph 21 has been added. No personal watercraft vessel rental business shall obstruct the general public's right of parallel or perpendicular travel over that portion of the beach commonly used by the public. The use of personal watercraft vessel launching equipment shall be limited to the initial placement of the vessels in the morning and their retrieval at the end of the business day. That was to minimize conflicts with users at the wet sand water area. We added in on page 13 at 2751 E1, there was a reference specific prior in time to the prior ordinance 9626, which we've replaced with just simply regulations. The renewal provisions in section 27-53, there have been 2 new requirements added, that no outstanding violations or fines be there, and then we've renumbered number 5. And then in section 27-55, the transferability language that was suggested by Councilmember Veach, that has also been, to the extent necessary, to make it internally consistent in subsection A and subsection B of 27-55. That's it.
All right. Councilman Veach, you have some comments you want to make?
Sure, and is Daphne available?
No, she's out sick today, unfortunately.
Oh, she's out sick, okay. Okay, I'll tell you that, I think you've all seen the email from Tom Torgensen saying he's not going to pursue or have a jet ski or a parasail. He inherited a 10-year lease with this current supplier, and they just made a decision that it just wasn't worth it. And so, now what this, as I said before, this really wasn't about TPI, but TPI certainly illustrated some of the problems with this ordinance. And what my understanding of is going to happen now with that property is that if Tom doesn't use the vendor, and if we also limit it to a year, that means that there will, as long as Chapter 27 remains as it is, there will never be a jet ski or parasail vendor in that location because it's a non-conforming location. So I think and I did talk to at least one vendor. I know that, and heard in the public comment from some, that the transferability was an issue because they felt they didn't have any control over when they could sell their property. So the changes that I'd recommend, and we can decide to continue this, or we can decide if it's enough that we just want to start over again as part of the discussion. What I would recommend is a mechanism that instead of limiting, try to keep the number of licenses consistent and avoid proliferation. That instead of limiting the transferability in number 3 and 4 on page 20, is that we come up with a new mechanism, and that would be that all the licenses, instead of being in perpetuity, would expire every, let's say, 3 or 5 years. And at that time, the vendors reapply, and it's a point system for awarding the permits. And so someone who has a lot of violations or safety issues would get dinged for those points. So it would put it in the control of the vendor that if they have a clean operation, they can get a license renewal. If there's more applicants than there are licenses, then the people with the worst record are the ones that are going to risk losing their license. Because that way I figure it's under the control of the vendors and it's not by timing about whether or not there's a license available.
Okay. You have more?
I would like to hear, that's kind of the big one. I'd like to hear what other counselors think of that idea.
Comments?
Well, I guess I'll go next. I've got, as I said at the last meeting, I've probably learned more about this personal, parasailing and jet skiing than I ever thought I would. I also have met with a couple over the past several months with a couple of the vendors, recently with one, and spent a couple of hours going through some of the things that are in the ordinance. I think we both agreed that there are things in here that need to be changed. I certainly do not want to inhibit someone from being able to profit on something they've worked so hard for. But I also feel that I don't want to do that to any property owner that's worked equally as hard to get the property that they own. And I think that some of the wording that's in here now we all understand that it was put in place for safety, but if you actually go through line by line and section by section, there's quite a bit in here that I think through negligence on the town, if we're being honest, to uphold, as well as the providers of the services, that we've created kind of a mentality that there's an entitlement that isn't necessarily there. You know, the town, as we know, owns the licenses, but does not own the business. So whether changes are made or not made, or gets sent back to be completely redone, I think that needs to be made clear that although the town doesn't own the equipment that performs the licenses, they do own the licenses themselves. And it's, in my opinion, not the town's responsibility to make changes or uphold things that one specific business is profitable on. All that being said, I do think that this needs to go back through the LPA process and maybe through MRF or however we need to do it to look at several things that are in here. I provided, a document, this ordinance that I had printed out for my fellow council members and highlighted some of the things that specifically wanted to talk about that I don't know that are being done. And again, I don't know if it's from the town not following through, doing what they're supposed to do. We talk a lot about safety, but I couldn't find anywhere in here, and anyone that drives these boats, I have great respect for, because I'm a captain as well, and I know that it's a lot of hard work to get your captain's license. Your number one job is to make sure that everyone on that boat and the vessel is safe. Jet skis, however, you can teach them and talk to them, but the minute they get out on that water by themselves, you lose all control. So safety is a very, very big thing. As anyone that's a captain knows, that there's certain vessels that have to be inspected by the Coast Guard every year, and there's certain ones that do not. But I could not find anything in here, and maybe I missed it, that the town requires something from probably the highest skilled and the most knowledgeable people in the land, the Coast Guard, to be able to inspect a vessel and tell you every year that that vessel is safe to be operated. And again, maybe it's in here and I didn't see it, or maybe I missed it, but I think that's an important thing that should be added, as well as several other things. And again, this is public record, so you're more than welcome to go out and get and see what I highlighted. Another thing in here is it talks about another issue that in my conversation recently with one of the vendors was one of the language changes that you had proposed, Councilor Veach, for the actual place of business, having an actual brick and mortar, if you will, structure to be able to conduct the business. As I read through this, it's already in here.
Well, I'll just be clear. I didn't create that. I didn't make up the definition. That's what staff said their definition was. It just wasn't defined in the ordinance. So it's just for clarification. It's not a new anything. It's just for clarification.
Well, to me, and John, please opine. I'll read it so that everybody can hear it. It's under section 27-49, regulations and locations for personal watercraft rentals. Under number 1B, it says the land-based site shall have direct access to the beach. Direct access shall not include public right-of-ways, county-owned or town-owned beach accesses, and any residentially zoned land that must be traversed to gain beach access. That direct access will be used for all necessary business-related beach access that is customary in the course and operation of the personal watercraft business at a particular license-based site. To me, read that as, how are you getting to your kiosk or whatever you're doing to do your business without traversing through a beach access or privately owned land?
I can't. I've always read that language to basically mean that if you are obviously a vendor and don't have, the upland site, any hotel, so that you're basically operating out of the lobby, that you have a counter, that you've reached an agreement as part of your business relationship with the owner of the upland area or the upland site, that you have a counter space somewhere in that hotel or condominium to operate the land-based site.
So the definition under land-based site that is currently in here, you're saying doesn't say anything new than what's already in here, or does?
This is what was told to me by staff, is the definition of land-based site.
I think maybe an easier way to do this or to say this is whichever, definition, and Commissioner Allers, or Councilmember Allers, your point is well taken. So which one do you want? And we'll standardize it, and we'll just define it in the definitions, and then just give it, instead of, instead of reading in 2740, wherever you were reading, that it has to have, we would provide that in the definition, and we just simply land-based site as a defined term.
But I would comment, though, as we go through this, and this is one of the changes that probably makes this a pretty complex undertaking, is I'm not really sure about the necessity of needing the land-based site. I mean, that's something that we could either define, well, maybe not define differently, but, in today's day and age, where so much is done by credit cards and cell phones, I'm just not sure what benefit requiring a land-based site
You
has.
need to have the land-based site for service of process, should someone want to sue them. They need to have a place they can be served. So I think for clarity, that's what we need to say. It's for, the purpose of it is.
And what I was told that pretty much none of the vendors are in complete compliance with 27 as is written now. And mostly because of that land-based site, but a few other things too. People are leaving stuff out overnight, and there's other, being too close to the wet sand. So there's a lot of violations that are going on. And I think that's what you were alluding to, wasn't it, Councilman Allers, about just a lack of consistent enforcement.
Well, that's certainly part of the problem, I think admittedly by the town staff at the last meeting, that's an issue. When I had the meeting with one of the vendors, I asked, when's the last time any of these things that are in here were actually someone came by and checked? And the answer was, well, today. I said, well, okay, other than today, when is the last time? And there was really no clear answer as to when it was. So that tells me that in order for it to be safe, there has to be someone checking on it to make sure that it is safe. There's a section in here that specifies specifically the type of life jackets. I gotta find it. Is that being checked on by the town? So, I mean, we talk about stuff being safe, and we all want it to be safe, and I think that the vendors have done a great job of keeping things safe. But it doesn't mean that it can't be safer. So I look at this and I think if this has got to be brought up to what I think it needs to be, that it needs to be gone through again. There needs to be input from the town. There needs to be input from the landowners, and there needs to be input from the vendors to be able to, I mean, it's worked, sure, for 25 years, but I wouldn't want to tell someone that bought a house from me, if I lived there for 25 years, that they still have to use the same roofer that I used from 20 years ago. I don't think that's fair either. And I don't know how, I'm sure we'll hear from the vendors that are here, based on the comments that I've made, but I think that I don't know that we necessarily have to scrap the entire ordinance and start from scratch, but I think going through it and letting the committee and letting the LPA work it out, whether it's a town meeting, maybe we have to have a town hall meeting with them, whatever we need to do to make sure that we get this right for everyone that's involved.
And I will tell you that one of the reasons I was suggesting all the licenses expire and then it's a point system is a way to not just have an enforcement with fines, but it gives people an incentive to be in compliance.
Which again, it goes back to that safety. We talk a lot about these numbers, the specific numbers. If you just don't look at the numbers and look at who's operating safely, does there need to be a number? If there's 4 companies that are doing what potentially 11 separate people could do, why do we need 11? Why couldn't it be 4? Why couldn't it be 3? If we already have vendors that are doing it and meeting the safety requirements that the town thinks needs to be there, why does it have to be 11? Why does it have to be 12? Why does it have to be 15? The number, to me, is not as important as that what is the idea behind the ordinance, making sure that it's as safe as possible, is more important than the actual number. If someone's 417 feet from someone, is that as important that this person has got 0 fines or 0 safety issues and this one has 0? I mean, to me, the numbers aren't as important as what the intention of the ordinance was, and to make it as safe as possible. And I think that the way that this is written, in order for it to be as safe as possible, it takes input from all 3 sides to be as effective as it was intended to be 25 years ago.
I would just say that the numbers are important, because, when this ordinance first came about, it was, there were vendors all over the place, and what we tried to do back then was to limit it to the existing ones that we could identify and put in place at the time to bring some control over it, because it was out of hand. So it does matter, the numbers matter. I mean, if you say, well, we can make 22 or 30 of them, 40 of them, well, now you're increasing the amount of vessels out there, and the numbers matter, the numbers matter. So I disagree with that. But,
Mr. Mayor, so if, say, one company, pick company A, whatever that company is, if they have a very good track record and they're currently already in operation, why do they have to have 4 licenses to do, I mean, if there's only so many properties that can have this, why does there have to be 4 licenses for one operator? If operator A is doing it at 3 locations, and they have an agreement with the landowner that they can operate there, does it need to, that's what I meant by the numbers. I didn't necessarily mean that there should be 25 licenses or 100 or 5. I'm just saying the number to me doesn't seem as important as the operator itself.
well, if I misunderstood you, I'm sorry, but that's what it sounded like. But, okay, good.
Well, then, one thing that kind of came out of this too is that, that we seem to have we have a lot of non-conforming locations, right? Because we grandfathered a lot of sites that don't have the property, don't have the separation usually, is to come up with a way to maybe change the rules so that the current grandfathered ones can adapt to it without, in some way, and then just get rid of the nonconformity entirely. You know what I mean? So like the way we measure the separation, we make it in a way where, like right now, I know there's 2 vendors that are 10 feet apart from each other. But if we put the separation criteria as being a distance between vendors instead of property lines, then maybe one of the vendors could go to the far side of the Landikai property and be a further distance apart. And they would still be able to do their business, but they wouldn't be non-conforming.
Okay.
The other thing I've noticed going through this, I think it's, and tell me if I'm wrong, but it seems like a lot of the business, and we certainly had a death recently, were from jet ski tours. But is there any code in here specific to jet ski tours?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
That's something I think that would be worth looking into too, because I've got complaints about tours and circling dolphins. Also, that person who was killed, like a week before that, I was on a fishing charter, and my, very prudent captain, we were going down the channel, and a tour went in front of us. And first the guide went through, and then somebody else went through, and nobody was slowing down or turning, and we had to just come to a full stop and let all these jet skis go across the channel. And that was kind of a similar circumstance to where the person got killed not far after that. It's like we have a tour leader who is going very fast, and I appreciate, the need for speed. And the people behind them, sometimes they're not they're usually not as well qualified riding the jet ski, but they're just trying to keep up so they don't get lost. And I think that kind of action creates a bit of a situation that could be safer.
I'm just going to reiterate here what I said earlier at the beginning of the meeting. Councilman Veach, you have several concerns and additions that you'd like to talk about. Sounds like Councilman Allers does, and I know darn well that the industry has several. So to me, this warrants continuing this, giving it back to the MRF or the LPA, whoever is involved with this, getting all the minds together, coming up with some recommendations and reworking the ordinance, and then bringing it back to the council. Because we'll be here till 6 o'clock if we go through every paragraph in this proposed ordinance. So that would be my recommendation today. Does anybody agree with me?
Yes.
Does anybody else?
I think I do, Mr. Mayor. I think what you're I guess one of the things I've been hearing from a lot of folks is that a workshop would really be helpful. Are you thinking that maybe the workshop would be under the jurisdiction of maybe one of the advisory committees?
Why not? I mean, they can have a workshop, they can, then the committees can have their hearings about it and go on from there. It could start off with workshops, bring everybody, put everybody in a room, start hashing things out and throwing ideas back and forth to each other, and then take it to the next level, and then bring it back to us eventually, rather than try to beat everybody up here over something.
I'm not opposed to that.
And I'll tell you, I'm not either. I just didn't want this removed from the agenda because I wanted to have the conversation.
All right.
We've been working on it for a while. I was planning on at least continuing it anyway because it's a complicated beast, and it's more important to get it done right than get it done right now.
Exactly. Now, Mr. Town Attorney, excuse me, Jim.
I just had a quick question.
What do we do here? Do we just continue this particular one, or we get rid of this and hope that we're gonna have something put together later? What would your recommendation be? Give us the pros and cons of each.
I don't think that there's either way, you're in the same situation. It's going to have to, in all likelihood, be re-advertised, re-noticed. And the only difference is to the vice mayor's point is you're wiping 2209 essentially off the books and giving it a new number and starting fresh.
Okay, thank you. Jim?
I just did just a question for Councilor Veach and Councilor Allers. Your language that you just suggested just a few minutes ago, that's not in this draft, is that correct?
It is not. It would be a new section
Okay.
about the expiration of the licenses and then the renewal of them. Yeah.
Okay, and then Councilor Allers, your comments, do we have those? Did you see, you submitted some stuff some concerns, is that in our stuff?
No, what was advertised is what this is. I just highlighted some of the areas that I had questions over that are, I think, personally, I've witnessed some of them not being enforced.
So when you
from
say
both the vendors and from the town.
Highlighted for your comments today, we don't
For
have.
my comments, yes. There's no word changing in here. I'm also in favor of sending this for more discussion to make sure that it gets done the way it needs to be done between the town, the landowners, and certainly the providers of the service. But my only concern is if we send this back, as I said at the beginning, what are going to be the consequences or lack thereof come October, should this not be through the process and either voted on or denied by the deadline or by the application?
Well, we'll still have an ordinance in effect. We still have an ordinance in effect, do we not, Mr. Attorney?
Yes, the existing regulations are in effect, will continue to be in effect until you either replace them with a new set of regulations or you replace them with an amended set of regulations.
Now, my next question is, do we continue it from here and take public input here today, or do we?
I think that just as a matter of common courtesy, of the people who have
the way
been waiting is to take their public comment, and it be part of the record, whether it's this ordinance or a replacement ordinance, but to give them the ability to speak.
Well, can we also just say, though, that we will have a workshop? They will get a chance to contribute to the process?
We just did say that. And
Just want people to know if you're going to make public comment.
yeah, I mean, if
It's their choice.
The public, you guys can say whatever you want to say, you know that. But if you're going to be redundant, there's no reason to be, because you've pretty much got the gist of where we're heading with this. But with that being said, we will open it up to the public right now and take public comment. So, Madam Clerk.
Jason Newton, and then Terry Kramer after that.
We got.
Mayor, if I may, my name is Sawyer Smith. I'm an attorney for Jason and.
You need to get to that microphone.
For Paradise as well. If the council's going to do what they just discussed, I know we support the idea of a workshop and don't need to be redundant, to your point, Mr. Murphy. So my clients, I think, are just fine with that. I know Ms. Grady's here on her own behalf, and she can probably address the council herself for that. but Mr. Kramer and our clients will just let you know, are very supportive, and thank you for
Okay.
the workshop, and at that, I'll leave you be.
All right, we got one side of the room, now we'll get the other side. Beverly, come on up.
For the record, Beverly Grady on behalf of Mid-Island Water Sports, and I want to thank the council because I think you're giving us a message that there will be a workshop and there will be opportunity for the vendors to participate and speak. I think it is important to put on the record, though, that the draft that we received as a Friday afternoon have so many unintended consequences as to how it's been written. And one of the large objections is to the definition of the land-based because it has a mandatory registered agent of being the site of the resort or the hotel. And we find that to be arbitrary and capricious. Being in business under the state law, you must have the ability to be served legal process and receive notices. And certainly if you're a corporation, you have to have a registered agent, and it has to be filed every year with the state of Florida. Nowhere else do you mandate, not even the hotels or the resorts, they're not required that they use their physical address as their legal address for notices or being served a notice of process in any lawsuit. Only this industry, not marinas, not restaurants, not parking lot operators, not hotels, not resorts, suddenly just for this industry. And these are basically usually tenants, so you don't mandate that your landlord be the address where you have to receive service of process. We would also say, to date, your staff has not responded to council's direction regarding what parcels you were contemplating being added as vendors to be parasail and personal watercraft activity. Also, your rules exempted at the CPDs from some of the license requirements. They don't have to pay fees. They don't have to have CPR verification. They don't have to meet the 500-foot separation. There's no consideration if they have outstanding fines or code violations. They don't have to renew. That was never in this ordinance. It's like a perpetual approval that you were considering to grant. We highly object to the transferability because if anyone was proliferating, it was the council by increasing the number, and then you put a prohibition on these vendors from being able to sell or transfer their license. And by you increasing more CPDs, eventually you would put many, most, all out of business, and that's how that language had the potential of working. So those caused grave concerns, as you can imagine, with the vendors. License is a property right. It requires fairness and due process. We don't believe that that was applied in your renewal section nor in your transfer section. And we are pleased that you're having a workshop. We hope it would be with the LPA. We hope it would be with the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. I always know when you come, Counselor, I'll always get an education in the law, and I appreciate that. Okay, anyone else? Any of y'all want to come on up, Chris?
Hey guys, Chris Weber, Mid-Island Water Sports. I only want to say one thing, and it's to Dan. As far as regulation of the jet skis, I just went through my insurance inspector. Our insurance companies do come out once a year, inspect every ski, every life jacket, our operation, and it was over an hour per location, and they went through everything. I mean, down to the waivers, everything. So I just wanted to correct you on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Last chance, for now. Okay. Oh, Tracy, come on up.
Hi, Tracy Gore, resident, business owner, property owner, former town and Fort Myers Beach mayor. I was the mayor during the TPI ordinance hearing, and I understand that the reason that you're workshopping it is because TPI said they don't want it anymore, which I'm glad you're workshopping it, but I don't think that's the right public policy to do, but I'm still glad that you're workshopping it. I want to be clear. I came here twofold. even though things have changed, I still want to tell you twofold. First off, I was the mayor. I think you've heard from 2 other council members on my council. All of us have told you that nobody made a promise that they could self-perform. That never happened. If a promise was made inside one of the meetings, that really doesn't even matter because per section 10105 of our code, meetings with directors and staff are encouraged, but the results of the meeting shall not be binding upon the developer of the town or the town. The only thing that's binding is what happened at the public hearing process. Also, these people are my friends, and when you are making their livelihoods, making them worry about what they can do, that's not cool. They've been here a long time. They've followed all the rules. They've done all the right things. If there's a code violation here and there, they're all over the town. Take a drive. Sign proliferation, there's all kinds of code violations. Don't single these guys out. The other thing I want to just mention, that even with like TPI and any other CPD, when you do a CPD, you're boxed into that zoning district. That means even if you add CPDs as a use now, it doesn't affect the CPDs that are already in place. They're zoned under whatever zoning was when they were approved. TPI specifically states in TPI's one under ordinance number 9, condition 9, in part, all development activities and future uses must comply with all the requirements of the town's land development code at the time of approval. So by adding CPDs in and raising these licenses, it's only for future CPDs that may ask that. And these CPDs can come in and ask for that now if they want to. They don't need you to add it into the code because they can do that now. Just like Edison Beach House has come and asked for it. You told them no, but they can already do that. I just think adding all this extra language is not necessary. So anyhow, thank you again for workshopping it and taking some of the anxiety out of my friends.
Okay, thank you, Tracy. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close the public comment. Vice Mayor, I want to ask you to craft a motion here to move this on, if I may.
Well, you don't want me to craft the motion because I didn't want to come to this point in the first place.
Well, I didn't either, but here we are.
So I think someone who wanted
Okay.
to have this discussion, and they need to craft the motion.
All right.
Well, before we get to that motion, I have a question for my fellow council members and John. In the spirit of getting things started, if you will, before the town hall meeting or whatever the meeting's gonna be, a joint session, whatever that's gonna be, is it possible to have the town staff draft what they feel? As I said before, there's 3 sides to this, and all 3 are gonna have an opinion as to what they feel is most important to them, and everybody knows in any negotiation, not everybody gets what they want, but you have to start somewhere. Would it make sense for the town staff to have something put together in time for this meeting? And if the vendors or the landowners want to do the same thing, I suggest they would, so that we have at least a starting point, a talking point, as opposed to just sitting down and throwing ideas against the wall.
We'll do that.
And I've noticed one thing that's been done in the past is when we're coming up with like an ordinance, that the staff will provide us with what other municipalities do. Samples of how other people are handling it, because we're an island, but we're not the only one.
Yeah, I think that certainly there's no reason why we should be in the business, and particularly with this type of activity, reinventing the wheel. Other jurisdictions, including what's already in the code, and improving upon it, clarifying it, and making it one, easier to understand, easier to follow, and from the staff's perspective, easier to enforce.
Okay.
Now, so what kind of motion? Do we just vote this down and start scratch, or do we need to?
No, I think you just table the item.
Yeah, you can make a motion to table the item indefinitely.
Well, we're not going to bring back 2209. You said that earlier.
Well, if that's part of it, if you don't want to bring back 2209, the motion would be to not approve 2209 and direct staff to draft a new ordinance for at least initially
Can I
workshop
talk about that
purposes.
before we?
When the time is necessary. I mean, it's.
You know, until there's some basic agreement of concept, there really makes no sense to start drafting.
Right.
You heard from some of the speakers, our license. So there's a pivotal issue here over whose license it is, and that needs to be established. You know, if the policy is to continue to protect and give preference to the existing vendors, that has to be so there's some specific policy decisions that need to be reached, or recommendations that need to be put together, around which then you can craft an ordinance. But, or else, I can tell you, we're gonna, 4 months from now, we're gonna have this exact same conversation again. Exactly the way it went down again. So if you want to try to, if you feel there's a need to make some changes, you need to examine some of the policies, because frankly, the committee's gonna be handicapped, the workshop is gonna be handicapped, and everyone's gonna be handicapped until some of those higher level concepts get defined. So, you know, as much as I love writing stuff, and I'm sure John does too, you know, frankly, it's gonna be, I don't believe it's gonna be very productive unless we get some basic policy decisions worked out.
Well, I think when you have the sit-down here, when they bring all the parties together, those items can be discussed, right? And then we can go from there, you know, and if there's no movement on either side or whatever, then it can come back to the council, and we'll have to make a decision. But the idea here is to bring it to everyone and give them a crack at this, and see if we can't come up to something that's mutually
We'll do it
agreeable.
however the council wants us to do it.
Well, that would be my
I'm just-
preference. That would be my preference.
I just want to forewarn you that
I get it. I get it.
this will, I don't believe there'll be much change from this under that process, but we'll do our best.
Okay.
So I think the point is, so if we continue this, at least we have a starting point with the existing document.
We do, it's a
Instead of
start.
starting
but-
from a completely, and maybe we'll end up there anyway, maybe we'll have to start from scratch anyway, but at least for now, we have some guidance in the existing document.
Well, Bill, if
Well,
you're
we have
going to, if you're going to continue to use chapter 2209, or ordinance, proposed ordinance 2209, and continue it, then I think that you need to give direction to leave out those sections that we're going to open this up to people who had a CPD, et cetera, all the stuff that was going to be for TPI. I think staff needs to be instructed to remove that. Otherwise, what I was saying in the first place was, I think we need to start fresh, so I think we need to start over with a new ordinance number, and that way you don't have to be jostling this back and forth and back and forth.
Well, Madam Vice Mayor, I don't disagree with you on that point, but the town manager just told us that drafting something arbitrarily is gonna do nothing for anyone. But I agree that this needs to be
No, it would accomplish one
redone.
thing, it would have everybody mad at staff. That's what would happen, because I will tell you that, with no other arrangement we have with anybody, you know, we have an arrangement like this. This is, in my experience, extremely unique. Everywhere else, there's some form of competitive process for a particular term, and people come in and make their case to continue, and this is a very, very different arrangement. Now, I understand we're dealing with people who have been here in some cases for more than 20 years, so it would be significant change. And I understand their perspective. They don't really, the only changes they want is to make it easier for them to operate their business more effectively, meet the needs of their customers, continue to make good, that's their perspective. So, all I'm trying to say is, there's a reason, I think the Vice Mayor said this at the very, very, very beginning, there's a reason that this is a very difficult subject. And, you know, if there's no, if their position is, it's our license, and we can transfer it, it's ours, we actually own something, that's a very unique concept here. And they're really gonna limit your ability to make any changes. That's all I'm saying. And so if that's something you're gonna stick with, you might as well stick with the ordinance, to be honest with you.
Well, and I'll be clear, I'll speak for myself on this, that's not my intention. My intention is someone has to be first, whether it's the town, whether it's the operators, whether it's the landowners, someone has to be first at drafting what is going to eventually be the ordinance. I don't see, even if the other two don't agree with what the town drafts, at least it's a starting point. And I think it's our job to do that, quite frankly. And going, whether, they could talk about who owns the license, who don't, I'm sure the legal people in the room will tell us who owns the licenses and who don't. But it's my understanding from our attorney that the town owns the licenses. So that's what I have to go with. I would much rather see something drafted from the town, and I know it's probably a lot of work. You can use some language from this if we're gonna get a whole new ordinance, but we have to start somewhere. We have to have it, to just talk about something that both sides or all three sides agree needs to be redone. We have
Well,
to start somewhere.
I think, and I don't know specifically, and, but I would say that their changes are more surgical. That's gonna probably be their perspective. What you're saying is, a larger, more more substantive type of change. But if you direct us to do it, we will go do some research. We will try to find out what the best practices are in other places, and we'll try to collate that and bring that to bear to a document, of course, with John's significant involvement. But two things. It's going to be very difficult to have this all done for October with meetings and acceptance and negotiations and all that. And then two is that don't be surprised, just forewarning you, if we're right back to where we are today.
I'm going to comply with the mayor's original request and make a motion just to get us off of square one.
I knew we had to come back to you.
I'm going to move that we overrule proposed ordinance -2209 and start over.
I'll second that.
Discussion? I think that, there's a lot of guidance in the changes that have been made. And I think just to essentially throw it out and start over again, I think is a wasted effort. Like I said, there's already some things that I would want to change with this, but I don't really see the purpose of that. So I'm not going to support just getting rid of 2209.
May I make a suggestion or a comment before you vote? I understand what you just said, Councilmember Veach. I think what we're saying on staff, at least I would say, is that we will start with this document. This will be a starting point, and we'll fine tune it. We'll make changes. We'll find out what other jurisdictions are doing. We'll talk individually to each of you to find out what additional points in the ordinance are of concern to you, so we can address them. So when we do put something forth in the workshop, it is the best foot forward from staff and indirectly through input from the town council individually. Okay, no sunshine violations. Want to make that clear. It is like the work product of the town.
And Bill, that's exactly what I anticipated. When I say start over, I don't mean that, I mean exactly what John said. Of course, we've got a starting point here, but I'm trying to procedurally get us off a square run and move off this agenda item.
Clarify what some things are, because now, so what you're saying, John, that it really doesn't matter to you for the process, whether 2209 is still in existence or not.
That's correct.
Okay, then I would agree.
Call the question?
Excuse me, Vice Mayor. It's important for all of us to understand what the process is.
All
We
right,
talked about it over and over.
all right. Any other discussion?
I'd just like to ask Madam Vice Mayor if in her motion, what I had brought up to the town manager and the town attorney, if in your intention of that motion is to have them using language from here, but draft something that we can at least start with.
I am not micromanaging the staff. They know what to do when we tell them to do things.
I don't
So-
necessarily call it micromanaging, I call it leading. And you tell your staff what you want them to do. And I'm asking
I
if,
believe they have instruction. I believe they know what to do.
Okay.
just wanted some clarity.
I think it's been clarified here. All right, the question's been called. The motion is to do away with ordinance 22-09. Any further discussion? Do you need a roll call on this one?
Yes, a roll call vote. If you vote yes, it's to end 2209, and we'll start from scratch.
Okay. Councilman Veach?
I just wanted one more clarification. Now, will we need to go through and, in a different way, start working on this? Do we have to like go to the next M&P and put it on a?
We'll bring it back. We'll provide copies to everyone as soon as we have a draft.
Okay, so there's consensus. This is on our future agendas.
Yes.
Okay,
That's my understanding.
so I'll vote aye.
Councilman Adderholt?
Aye.
Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Councilman Allers?
Aye.
Mayor Murphy, aye. The motion carries unanimously. Okay. Did we get that? Right. All right. We'll move on to the administrative agenda. And the next item is new beach access naming. This is the naming of the new beach access, which could replace Canal Street. Was provided by TPI Hospitality as a condition of development approval. I'll just start this off here. I looked at this and I thought this might be something, if no one has a burning desire today to do, to put this out amongst the town and see if they come up with any creative ideas. I didn't come up with anything real creative myself.
Well, I'll tell you the one thing I thought, and I know it's on our agenda management, is looking for something to name after Dan Hughes.
Well, you know, that, excuse me, Bill, that thought occurred to me, but I really have, to be honest with you, I have something else in mind for Dan. And if you want to get into that now, we can discuss that too. But if you want to.
I know it's on our list, so.
Okay, well, can we talk about that now, since we didn't, yeah, okay. What I had in mind for Dan was that we name the road, the lane, or whatever you want to call it, that circles the Mound House after he and his wife Ann. So the Ann and Dan Hughes Way, Ann and Dan Hughes Lane, or whatever. I think that would be more, in my opinion, more significant and meaningful to the family rather than some random access out on the boulevard. That was my intention. And I actually ran it by Allison the night over at the Mound House, and she thought it was a good idea as well. So that's, I mean, we could erect some sort of sign out there and have a little ceremony and that sort of thing. But the Mound House meant so much to Dan and Ann that I thought that would be the most appropriate. You know, I don't think Dan really cares at this point, but I think his children and grandchildren would appreciate having that testament to him and his service.
So with that said, then I agree with you we can, make this a fun activity. We can put it out to the PIO to,
Yeah,
put
have
it
a
out there and
contest.
see what kind of ideas we get for a name for the beach access.
I guess the only reason I would disagree with that is there is a tradition in the town that the beach access is named for the street that it's closest to. To me, that's very helpful. If I say to someone, I'm going to meet you at the Flamingo Beach access, everybody knows where it is.
Well, and I thought of that too. I thought of that too, and I thought
It would just make sense to me that,
that, the people in the process were a little annoyed that they were losing their Canal Street access. I thought, why not name it Canal Street? I mean, so.
whatever street is.
Well, or whatever's, that's fine. I mean, that's okay with me too. I mean, I just thought it'd be a little fun to have a little contest or something, but either way, I'm open to the will of the council on this one. So, Jim?
I was going to say, I like the idea of opening it up and letting the public have some input on it, but I understand the vice mayor's point, but I'm still, it is in the entertainment district, it is an opportunity to have a little fun, and I think the public input would be welcome. I think it'd be interesting.
Could we sell naming rights like I do for stadiums?
Well, how pressing is this, Mr. Manager? Do we have to have something?
Well, only to the extent that for the short term, there'll be a sign on the corner that says Estero Boulevard and a stop sign for people coming out of that access, but there won't be the name, street name sign until you guys decide on a name. So I don't think it's significant. Or we could call it the no-name access, I don't know.
That's not a platted street, though. It's gonna be,
Well, it's a newly constructed, public dedicated unapproved right-of-way is what it technically is. The real question is, did you want to continue the Canal Street name? Do you want to come up with your own new name, or you want to go out and see if the community has any suggestions? Those are the three alternatives. Timing-wise, we just won't put up the street name sign until it's decided. I mean, right, there'll be a stereo and there'll be a stop sign, but there just won't be the little name street
There'll be a
sign.
beach access sign, so people know it's a beach access.
This is a parking area, so it's not really, it's a way to the beach. So as you get down the beach access, you'll see a sign like in all our other beach
On the
access.
street, we have big banners that say beach access.
That'll definitely be there, but
That's what I want to.
yeah, eventually that post will go in.
All right, well, we'll give everybody a little time to chew on that one. Okay, is that all right, everybody? All right, we'll move on to, next item is the preliminary audit review. And, Roger, if you want to start this off, I'm gonna come right back.
Okay. All right, so I believe I will get Sherry down, I assume she's watching upstairs, or Joan, or they're right outside, and we'll try to pipe in Wade is there. It looks like we're bringing Wade up. He's our external auditor, Wade Salisbury.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Just give us about 5 seconds more, and Sherry on her way. Here she is. Okay, so Wade's company is in the fourth year, I believe, of their 4-year agreement with us. For those of you who may not remember, 4 years ago, they were selected by a selection committee to be the town's auditor for a 4-year term. And this is the 4th year that he's been working with us to give the council the benefit of his firm's expertise of a review of the town's financial practices. And it's comments in a document that gets memorialized and forwarded to the state. So I'll just turn it over to Wade and tell you what he and his colleagues found in looking at the town's information.
All right, well, thank you all for allowing me to be here with you all today. I don't really have a presentation, but you all do have the current draft of the financial statements, and this is what we call the face. This is your actual statement of net position, your balance sheet, your income statement. And certainly this year you all did have a very good financial performance year. It's currently showing an increase in your overall net position of about 6.3 million, 3.6 million from your governmental activities and about 2.6 million from your business type activities. So again, a good strong overall fund performance. Your general fund looks like it's going to end the year with about just a little under 7 million in total fund balance. Additionally, I believe your building fund was able to erase its deficit balance that it showed in the prior year. And the beach access fund certainly was able to reduce its deficit from the prior year. And one thing to note within that fund is that because of the timing of when certain revenues are being received from, I believe it's mostly from Lee County, that fund shows unavailable revenue of about 200,000. So really your overall fund balance, if you want to look at it from more of a full accrual basis, it's actually closer to a zero fund balance, which would be reasonable, and really kind of expected for that fund's activities. Then let's see, the water fund and your stormwater fund, again, they had good strong increases in overall revenues from the prior year. Water fund had about 6.1 million, give or take, in total revenues. Stormwater about 1.1 million. Both had a positive operating income. The water fund with about 2.2 million, the stormwater fund with about 632,000. So those are all good. Again, if you went to the cash flow statement, you could see again positive operating cash flows from the water fund of about 2.2 million and about 662,000 from the stormwater fund. So certainly good overall fund performance for the year. We are currently in the process of trying to wrap up the overall audit itself. As you all know, the water and stormwater fund had a large overall project that is finally coming close to being completed. A lot of those funds are from the state SRF program. There's also some funding from Lee County. There's also some funding from the town itself. And the funding from the state must also undergo a single audit. And that is really kind of where we stand right now. We're trying to just finish all of that documentation up, and I'm actually waiting on some information from your third-party consultant to make sure of one thing. I've got a feeling that we might have, that the town might have one draw from the SRF program duplicated. I want to make sure of that, but that will just be a balance sheet only type of an adjustment. And so we should then be able to hopefully quickly finish up once I receive that this year's overall audit. As you all will recall, there were a couple of financial findings that were reported last year. Sorry to say that it looks like we're probably going to have a couple of those same findings be repeated this year. And I don't think that's a reflection at all on the current staff. I think that's more a reflection on the system that is in place, and the fact that a lot of the people that we spent a lot of time with last year and trying to help and to make some changes for are no longer with the town. And so I think some of those changes just weren't able to get made. But those are certainly not finalized, and those will certainly be provided to the town with plenty of time to make changes before it is finalized. But that's basically all I wanted to be able to talk to you all about today. Do you all have any questions for me?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Wade, I'm just curious, does the audit committee have a copy of this draft, and have you gone over it with them?
Oh, yes, we have.
Yes, sir. We did that last week.
And so you've met with them personally then? And I think last year there was some concern that you were not able to meet with them in person. Are you going to be able to come before that? I guess the mayor knows all this, because he was there.
No, we had the meeting, the audit committee last week, and Wade appeared by Zoom there. Wasn't here personally.
Were there any, Mr. Mayor, was there any comments or concerns expressed by the audit committee?
No, not really. No, there weren't. As a matter of fact, they were very complimentary on the status of the financial status of the town. There were compliments given out, and there were. What we do need is we need some more members. We've had some attrition on the committee, and that committee is set up as for 7 members. And we're down to 4. And the other day, we only had 3, so we didn't have a quorum. So we didn't vote, or they didn't vote on anything of any consequence. So, but I would ask the town staff if we can look to see if we can advertise for some members for that committee. But other than that, with the report itself, everybody was pretty pleased with the report.
And so
everybody that was there.
Procedurally, does it come back before you for a formal approval then, or?
No, I don't think so. That's not the function of the committee. They just receive it and send it forward to the council.
I guess I'd just chime in at this point to the community and say, we really do need members of this committee. It is a state statutorily required committee. It's not like our other committees.
One that we have.
We have to have this committee functioning. So we need people to come forward that have some background in finance.
Yeah, we lost a few members. Of course, Mayor Hughes passing, and John Goggin moved off island. One of the other members dropped out. So it's been, there's been some attrition of late, and we need to fill that committee back up. So the sooner we can get some new members, the better. And it's, if you're into finance, there's a lot of good discussion going on, so come on
They're a
down.
fun group of guys to hang out with, I can tell you, having been their liaison in the past.
So what happens if we can't keep a quorum on the audit committee?
Well, I mean, as of now, there are enough members to make a quorum. It just didn't happen to be the other day, but,
Well, I guess the mayor will go out to the Canal Street access and start grabbing people to
Exactly.
work for the committee.
Exactly, something along those lines. But I don't think that's where I'll find them, but.
Just to specifically answer your question, Counselor, so when there's not a quorum, they can't vote to take an official action, but clearly, it's my belief that if there are any questions or concerns about the audit, they would have shared those with you as an individual member to members of the council, not representing the whole committee, but representing themselves.
Right.
I was asking though, because you said it's a constitutionally mandated committee that we
No,
have.
there's two components to the audit committee. There's one that it performs a function under state law, which is it's the one that makes reviews and makes recommendations on the selection of our outside auditor, and then all their other functions. And that's the one that the vice mayor is referring to, that it is statutorily created. There's a requirement under state law that all local governments have a audit selection committee. And in our case, the audit, or the finance committee serves both purposes.
Yeah, their scope is very limited, Bill, but they do tend to discuss other items in the financials and offer their expertise, which is fine, you know. So, where are we with this? Are we just,
We're done.
we're done? Okay.
Yeah, unless there are additional questions, as Mr. Salisbury said, he'll be, wrapping this up, and hard copy will be filed with the clerk.
Very good. Okay, thanks, Sherry. And Sherry and Joan are doing a fantastic job up there. We appreciate everything that they've done to get us back on track. Thank you, Wade. He's gone, okay.
Shouldn't have said we were done.
Thank you in spirit. Okay, the next item is Resolution 22-16, Expo Shows, Inc. This is to adopt Resolution 22-16, approving a piggyback contract between the town and Expo Shows, Inc. to provide fireworks for the 4th of July and New Year's Eve in an amount not to exceed $60,000, utilizing the City of Marco Island's fireworks contract number 2022-007, authorizing the town manager to execute the agreement, expend budgeted funds, and take all appropriate actions to conduct the fireworks displays and providing for an effective date. I'll ask for a motion to approve the resolution or deny the resolution, then we'll discuss this.
I'll move to adopt Resolution 22-16.
It's been moved,
I'll second.
it's been seconded. Discussion.
I guess I'd just like to say for the record that my understanding is that this is a higher amount because we no longer have our provider, and just put the Chamber of Commerce on notice, because I know they share the cost with us for these holiday celebrations, that our costs are going up, and just want to say on the record so that they know that they're sharing the cost with us. It's going to go up.
Are they okay with this cost? I mean, did you get any kind of?
Well,
haven't
the
talked to
way,
them, but-
well, yeah, well, actually, I have a pending meeting with the executive director that we had some scheduling conflicts we're trying to work out in the next week. But the way it currently works is we, the town, pay for the fireworks show and all the in-kind stuff that goes with it for July 4th. For New Year's Eve, we pay for all the in-kind stuff that goes with the fireworks show, but the chamber pays for the fireworks itself.
Sounds like a good arrangement. Okay, any other discussion? Any objection to the motion? The motion carries unanimously.
With a bang.
With a, very good, Bill. All right, next item is D, approval of bridge closure for 4th of July parade and fireworks. This is to approve closing the Matanzas Pass Bridge on July the 4th, 2022, from 9:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. for the parade, and from 9 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. for traffic coming on the island. That's for the fireworks. Is there a motion to approve these bridge closures.
I'll make a motion to approve the bridge closures.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection to the motion? The motion carries unanimously. Next item is Resolution 22-15, updating joint local mitigation strategy. This is to adopt Resolution 22-15, updating the town's joint local mitigation strategy. Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
I'll move to adopt Resolution 22-15.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Any objection to the motion? The motion carries unanimously. The next item is STA number 12, the Times Square LAP Project Administration. This is to approve supplemental task authorization number 12 with DRMP Inc. for engineering services in the not-to-exceed amount of $78,200 and approve the one-year renewal for DRMP and authorize the town manager to execute the contract documents. Is there a motion to approve this supplemental task authorization?
I'll move to approve the supplemental task authorization.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
If I could, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor,
sir.
just because there's a lot of interest in this project. Roger, would you just give us a 1 or 2 sentence explanation of what we're doing here?
Okay, so we received 2 different $1 million grants for Times Square. One of them is through the Fdot, and they're using federal funds, which makes it a LAP project. So in this case, that particular contract for the underground work and the pavers, part of the Times Square project, will be done under sort of the federal procurement guidelines versus our own, which requires a lot more extensive paperwork and review of numerous things, from everything to Buy American up and down the line. So because of that, and that's a change from how we originally were proceeding with that project, it's going to require additional work and effort on behalf of the consultant to make sure that when we submit for reimbursement, we get reimbursed, we've met all the criteria. And that's what this additional fee is for.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion?
This is tangential. We did receive an email from a person who observed they were planting coconut trees. I just wondered, Roger, do you have any update on that?
So are you talking about a Bayside Park?
Yeah,
No, but I will find out and send you all out an email about that.
okay. Because I thought we made it clear to them we didn't want them, and if they went ahead and planted them, that just doesn't make any sense to me why they would do that.
I was down there a couple days ago, and there are coconut palms.
Okay, we'll check into it.
Okay.
It's a Bayside though, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the projects are supposed to be matching, I mean, in theme and.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. Okay, item G is potable water, the south tank repairs. This is to authorize the town manager to spend an additional $131,896 for the emergency repairs to the south potable water storage tank. Is there a motion to authorize the town manager to make this expenditure?
So moved.
I'll second it. Discussion?
No, I think what Roger told me, that they found more problems with it. This is a better solution, a better fix than.
Right, so just to briefly summarize, we had some water quality issues of our drinking water, and when we investigated those, which led to the initial work authorization, it was determined that the tank needed to be recoated on the inside. However, in doing that work, the contractor told us about some issues with the outside, and while he was mobilized, if he could repair those, he would be able to then give us a 20-year warranty on the tank. So we authorized the additional repairs to achieve this warranty, because replacing the tank would probably be over $1 million. And of course would be a substantial problem for people, is at the south end, getting water to the fourth and fifth floors if we don't have that tank in operation. So for all those reasons, it's in the town's best interest to proceed with this additional work and other ancillary work to make sure that we can meet the water demands of the public.
What was the problem on the inside? Was it rust on the inside of the?
Well, those coatings, wear out after time from the chlorine and other chemicals in the water. So, it's kind of like, you could think about like remarciting your pool. After so many years, you have to do it because the marcite starts to scratch and chip off. You touch the wall, you get that cloudy stuff on your bathing suit if you sit against the wall. So,
And you were able to achieve some economies of scale by having him do some other work while
well,
he was
obviously,
there.
while it was there, and, we felt that the additional investment to get the warranty is important.
Excellent, very good. Okay, any other discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. Final public comment. Anybody?
We have oh no, that's in town attorney items, excuse me.
They're fighting off each other.
I'm getting it from the attorneys on either side of me here. All right, final public, I don't see anybody here for that, so we'll move on. Town managers items?
Mr. Mayor, you asked me to comment on Laguna Shores, if I remember
Yes,
correctly?
yes.
So, where we are is, if you accept the report from former Council Butcher with respect to his neighbors in Laguna Shores, that the majority of them, by virtue of executing a survey, signing a survey, supporting the project. So now we get to the point of assessment. So we would bring two things back to the council for your consideration at your next meeting. One is to assess those 100 property owners, I guess maybe about $3,000 apiece for their proportionate share per lot basis for the dredging. And we would bring in the ordinance, or the item resolution to authorize the contract with the contractor. We obviously do not want to authorize the contract with the contractor without a mechanism to pay, for the other second half to be paid.
So what did you say, assess them $3,000 apiece, is that what you said?
There's 100 property owners, and it's $3,000 apiece to get the.
So the whole project is 600?
Yes, our half is 300.
Okay, all right.
Just an informational question, so, and I trust former Councilor Butcher in saying that he thinks the vast majority of them would sign that if he could find somebody. It sounds like he got over 60%. But what about the couple people who don't sign it? Are they obligated then to pay, or how does the town
Yeah, it's a
handle it?
majority rule situation.
So then everyone's obligated to pay. as
That's
long
why
as-
you're saying everyone's gonna pay. When we bring you this item, you'll be saying assess each lot on a per lot basis, $3,000.
And to initiate that, you needed to have a majority of the signatures.
Well, I think I would feel a lot more comfortable with it, but I'm sure you would too.
Yes, but I didn't know if there was something statutorial that
Maybe something
required
agreed
that.
that way, or.
No, you could just impose it. I mean, theoretically, you could impose it. It's just, we want to be sure they're supportive.
I got it.
I think it behooves everybody in the development to get on board, even if they're not on the water.
Now, one of the things we are looking at, just so you're aware, is because the amount, relatively speaking, is not that great, we're looking at doing it via the water bill versus adding it on their tax bill, because then we wouldn't be getting the money till the end of '22 and '23, and we don't want to really advance it, and it'll cross 2 of our fiscal years. So,
Is there a way, Roger, and I'm not trying to add work to the town, but that 3,000 assessment, I mean, is there a way the town could give people a heads up, send them a letter to notify them that this will be coming, so people can budget appropriately and not be surprised? I'm sure a lot of them know it, but for those who
well, we
don't
could
know.
we could try to put a note on this month's bill.
Good.
And if you live in Laguna Shores, the assessment will be on next month's bill.
I think that would really be helpful to people, because for those who would not be aware, that would be quite a shocker to open their water bill and find that.
$3,000 water bill.
Let me jump in a little bit. This is going to be through an assessment resolution process, which is set forth by state law and your code. So notices will have to be sent out. There's a protocol that has to be followed, before we can complete the process and put this on their water bill. As the manager indicated, the biggest difference that we're proposing is we would be doing the collection efforts ourselves through the water bill in order to be able to get the money as quickly and upfront as possible, as opposed to waiting for the tax notices and the tax bills to go out, the real estate taxes to go out at the end of the year and collect sometimes over time.
So there is a notice requirement then?
Yes, sir.
thank
There
you.
will be.
And in addition, they have a homeowners association that I'm sure Mr. Butcher has been talking about this through them.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Manager?
You know, just very briefly with respect to the window tinting issue, I just don't want it to be lost that there's a relationship between the 15% tinting and not having turtle violations, which triggers work and us and grief to them when if we start strictly enforcing the code, versus the 45 window tinting. You know, I understand they don't like the 15 because it's darker and it's thicker. We've checked with at least one company that says it's not really any more expensive and that much longer, but there may be others who are charging a premium for it. I don't know that. We didn't check with every single company. But the point is that to the extent that the council may consider some type of, phase-in period, that will create additional work on us to be checking, because potentially there's more violations, because that tinting in and of itself does not prevent light from spilling out onto the beach. And in a lot of these buildings, you get turnover due to rentals or whatever, so, their excuse when we give them a warning or a citation is, well, those people left last week and now we have new people in there. Well, we're gonna be constantly fighting that battle in terms of education and enforcement, to the extent if we slow down the amount of time or lengthen the amount of time that people have to get to before they have to put in the 15%. But just so you kind of understand both sides of the issue.
And I'll just comment too, because I'd called a glass vendor and they said that all the windows were 6 to 9 months out. And it depends on the manufacturer. So I also talked to a contractor, PG&T, is it? They were pretty far out. But then there's Eastern Glass, who is, I think of even a local place, that they had much shorter lead time. So it all depends on what glass person you use.
If you're going to comment, I'm sorry, it's 2:25, I'm just going to say something real quick. Let's all try to remember that piece of glass that was handed around through the dais the other day. That 15% is extremely dark. And as somebody who lives and would be impacted by this, I'm just letting you know that there will be an outpouring of outrage if people are required to put basically dark sunglasses on all of their windows. I think the better option is that I also feel, as somebody who lives on the beach, is that I have an obligation to be respectful of the marine life that abuts my property. And that's why we've purchased really very heavy-duty shades that come all the way down, full blockage. And it's our obligation to make sure those go down before the sun sets. And we have an obligation as somebody on the beach, and if the town needs to step up enforcement procedures to do that, and whatever that entails, I'm fine with that. But I think this 15%, if you just remember how dark that glass is, to make everybody who faces the ocean put that glass, it would destroy the whole effect of living next to the ocean. And I just think, again, it's sort of like somebody in your kindergarten class, if they misbehave, then you're going to punish the whole class. I'd rather punish the people who are violators as opposed to punish the whole class or the whole school. So but I understand it's an additional burden, but
No, and I agree with you, Council Hours. I just want to be clear that.
No, that's a fair point, Roger. Yep.
Yeah, I just want to be clear that, and I think the exact point you were making about, look, if you can go with the 45, that's fine. That may be fine if the council determines that that's okay. But don't be coming up here whining afterwards that, so-and-so had to face enforcement or whatever, because for all the reasons why we find ourselves in that situation, because you will have more of those type of cases because of that.
That's fair.
And I would just point out that I think that piece of glass was not really demonstrative, because when in the Murph meeting where the guy said, it's kind of like window tinting on a car where you can't see in. Well, it's true, but when you're inside the car, looking at the bright light, you see fine. So that is not really representative of how it's going to look. It's like, if you're into photography, it's like 2.5 f-stops going from clear glass to the,
I hope when this comes before us, we can find another sample that maybe give us a better.
it's not the sample, but it's how you look at it. You have to look through a window of bright light. It's like when you're inside a car with the tinting. You know, it really doesn't affect the person inside the car that much.
Okay, that remains to be seen, but I'll take I won't take your word for it because I'd like to see it, but it has a lot of people very concerned, I guess is what I'm saying.
And the other case is, this is not a solution looking for a problem. There are disorientations. And when you have a condo, particularly, there's a lot more windows on that condo than there is on a house. And so you get cumulative light from the different windows.
If those owners are not in compliance, you're absolutely right, and those owners need to be in compliance.
And like, Murph said, they agreed in, putting it out for a year, but they also said, with the condition that we are doing more aggressive.
I have no problem with more aggressive enforcement. I'd like to see that 45% stay permanently, not just for a year, until the state changes the guidelines, because you're going more stringent than the state. But this is, sorry, Mr. Mayor, we're getting off subject, but it's an important issue.
That's all right. Okay.
Anyway, that was the end of my comments for today. I just wanted to make sure that those questions didn't sort of be lingering.
Anything else, Mr. Manager? No? Okay. Mr. Town Attorney.
Yes, sir. As was discussed at the last MNP meeting, we provided you with a memo, which is included now in this packet, outlining the various code properties that are the subject of code violations and that have accrued a significant amount in outstanding fines as a result of the failure of the property owner to bring the violations into compliance. We've discussed it at some length what the alternatives are to take the next step potentially in getting compliance. And as we've informed you in the past, this really boiled down to either foreclosing on those accrued liens, or alternatively, authorizing us to file for injunctive relief in circuit court, where we basically would go to courts and saying, we have this outstanding code order, the property owners continues to ignore the order. As a result, fines have accrued, and we're asking the court to grant an order to the town enjoining further violations of the code enforcement order. So in front of you is, as I said, is the memo that outlines what the accrued fines were as of on the date that the liens were recorded. To a question that Councilmember Veach had of me earlier, you've previously been provided with a partial update to that, where in some instances those fines are significantly higher because they've been accruing on a daily basis. If you do authorize us to file foreclosure, we would update that lien as the first order of business and then file the foreclosure action on the updated amended code lien.
Are you ready for a motion, Mr. Mayor?
Always.
I move to authorize the town attorney to enforce code violations and liens as shown in attachment E through court actions to include but not limited to foreclosure, injunctive relief, or monetary judgment, and may I add attorney fees if possible?
We will pursue those.
I'll second that.
Been moved and second. Any discussion? Any objection to the motion? The motion carries unanimously. Very
Thank
good.
you.
Very good.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Council members' items and reports. Councilman Allers.
Just a couple comments based on the lighting discussion we had today. I'd be lying if I was saying I'm losing my confidence in our consultant. They seem very underprepared, lack of knowledge. I don't know where we can go from here as we continue this, but I think it's been very clear that the council is moving in the direction to try to get lights as soon as possible, depending on costs. But the lack of being prepared is astounding to me. So I don't know how my fellow council members feel about the performance of our consultant so far, but today was a mess.
I want to ask, I'm not disagreeing with you. I want to ask the town manager, Are we in a contract with them whereby we have a defined timeframe, or can we end this anytime, or how does, or do we have to have the results of their consultation to use for something else?
No, I think there's another phase of this, that once a solution and amount is picked, that will require a consultant. It does not have to be the same consultant. This consultant basically is on a day-to-day hourly rate basis, pending us getting to that point in time. So the minute you get to the point in time where you say, I have no further questions of them, we can stop our engagement with them.
Well, I happen to agree with Councilman Allers about, I mean, the one that was on TV today, or on the screen, we've never been able to get a straight answer out of her, and when we do, half the time it's not correct. So, I think we know which direction we're heading, don't we? I mean, we sort of, we're all in agreement, where we're waiting for that luminaire to come out and, or is that what it was? Visionaire, and we're waiting for that to come out, and the results of that, and then we're probably gonna proceed forward in some fashion, chasing that. So, I mean, I'm of a mind with you. I mean, what more do we need from this consultant? And then, and as far as your, later on, Roger, if need be, for the next phase, another consultant, I'd be more than willing to get another one.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we're gonna get into actual, once the design is picked, we're gonna get into actual sort of more engineering design. It's no longer conceptual, it's gonna be, place this bulb here, what's its reach and range, and, and permitting and all of that. So we're at a point of, actually, we were at a point several months ago of being done with them, and rather than signing an extension, we're just basically going an hourly rate, literally, in 30-day increments, so we could stop it.
But you're overpaying them. You're overpaying them for what we're getting.
I think it's a severe waste of money at this point, in my opinion.
And I agree.
The only question I would have is, do we add delays if we change horses at this point?
Well, there's a minor familiarity aspect that would have to be redone, but, I mean, that's just a new consultant coming here one night and doing a tour, or 2 nights, so I don't think it's, significant.
Well, I concur.
Okay. Anything else?
That is it.
Vice Mayor.
I have nothing.
Councilman Arrow.
Nothing additional.
Councilman Veach.
Okay, the one thing I mentioned earlier, this is a letter that I got from Ally McHugh. She is a regional director for the FWC, and it's regarding the bird nesting area. What she would like is for us to approve a statement saying, or could it be town staff, say, we understand FWC staff seek to apply imazapyr to the posted area to control growth of sandspur and crowsfoot, the latter an invasive plant, and the former a contributor to the injury and mortality of seabird chicks. It is also our understanding that the property owners have shared their support of this plan. Now, like I said, this is a tough one, because I in no way want to imply that applying herbicides to the beach is a good action. But I also realize that this bird nesting area we have is very unique and very valuable. So I think it's not easy, but I would recommend that the town council approve the application of this imazapyr to try to get these sandspurs particularly under control.
That's to approve the contract with whom?
It's not a contract, we're just, we're giving our verbal approval, or approval to
Our blessing
the FWC
to use
Our
it.
blessing, yes.
But we don't have to take a position one way or another, right?
I think if we don't, they won't do it. If we
But you're
don't,
not sure it's a bad idea, so taking a position,
it's tricky, but if we do nothing, then they're not, in my understanding, if we do nothing, they're not gonna apply the herbicide, and then we're gonna have the mortality again this year with the chicks.
well, if we do nothing, they're not going to apply.
Right.
Oh, I assumed they would go ahead anyway. They're usually so happy to spray.
Well, it's another thing that we're gonna be kind of picky, because I understand that they spray herbicides on aquatic vegetation. right?
Yes.
So,
So they want an endorsement from us?
yes, they want our blessing.
Anybody have any objection to that? Hearing none.
Okay.
Okay, anything else?
Nope.
And I don't have anything either, so if there's nothing else for the good of order,
Is there anything else that could be said?
that's a good question.
Think of a few.
Can we reopen the jet ski thing one more time?
That's something one of my brothers would have said.
I'll move
Okay,
to adjourn.
it's been moved, and I'll second that. Any discussion, any objection? We are